And welcome back to Icewindale, Rime of the Frostmaiden. When we last left the party, they had made their way back to Easthaven after dealing with Caer Dineval. And when they arrived, turns out some thieves in the night had stolen their cauldron, the one that you got for them from the hag. They don't know how, but someone must have learnt of the cauldron's location, either through people telling the many towns about a endless supply of food, or because they had someone on the inside leak the information. They suspected a tiefling named Prudence, who worked as a clerk under the speaker. She has a house in Easthaven, which they investigated and found strange cages, and there were like droppings. I think you did. You managed to kind of figure out what these droppings belonged to and what the cages were for, right?
Yes.
They were for flying snakes.
Flying snakes.
Mm-hmm. Which are often used as messengers in more like temperate climates, but seems they're being utilized here as well. She's no longer to be found. The only other clue they had was that oftentimes she would mention that she had family in Targos. That's not the first time you've heard that phrase. Goodmead Speaker also said they had family, Shanda Froth. So, armed with that information, you set out west towards Bryn Shanda. You thought you'd stop by and pick up maybe some supplies, but they were on edge. They were looking for a killer. The cold-hearted killer, to be exact. A murderer who has been going from town to town, 3 towns specifically, Targos, Bryn Shanda, and Easthaven. Every month there seems to be a new spring of murders, and you were brought into the House of the Morning Lord as Sir Roland believed that they could vouch for you guys and see the truth in your eyes. And sure enough, there was a zone of truth cast. You proved your innocence, but now you had the opportunity to perhaps dig a little bit further into this investigation, and you started to think that maybe this had something to do with the lottery. Each of these 3 towns sacrifices human sacrifices to Oral. Other towns, they sacrifice warmth and food. These 3 are human. Now, you also kind of figured out there's some sort of discrepancy with like the wealth of each person who's being murdered. They are all quite well off, but the people who weren't were more like downtrodden and just workers. But you brought in the actual speaker themselves to bring into the zone of truth, and sure enough, you got to the bottom of it pretty quick. Turns out these people have been cheating the lottery, and shortly after they've bribed the speaker, they end up dead in an alley with a blade of ice in their heart. Armed with that kind of knowledge, you figured out the next likely murder is going to be back in Easthaven. Targos has already had a murder. Bryn Shanda was the one last night. And if they're going in that order, it must make sense that the killer is going to make their way through the Eastway towards Easthaven. Bryn Shanda is currently in a lockdown. They're not letting anybody out of the walls. So they trust you guys, though, so you're left. You're allowed to leave to Targos and come back again. And you can also go to Bremen, but they can't keep them locked in forever because there's a lot of traders and merchants that need to go from town to town as well. And that would destroy their livelihood if they were kept there against their will. Anyway, you head to Targos. You were looking for, Garrett's house, and you returned him to his husband. Garrett's husband, he gave you a reward in the form of some Scrimshaw figurines. They're worth quite a bit of gold. And, I think you got a horse as one of yours as well, the Roland. And then, as you were walking around, you noticed that the vibrating goggles were going off, telling you that a Chewinga was nearby. So you kind of went around, looking from room to room, but the first place you stopped happened to be the Luskan Arms, and already there was something suspicious going on here. You recognized some of the kind of unsavory types, similar to the ones in Goodmead. When Shanda Froth hired some muscle, they seem to be here as well, like yellow cloaks and the like. And you quickly discovered the proprietor here is under some duress. They do not have any control of the situation. They're clearly here to save face. And unfortunately, he was having to keep his mouth shut because there were all eyes on him. You tried to make an excuse to search for some rats in the basement, and they quickly rose all to their feet and stopped you, kind of signifying they'd got something to hide. After that, you decided to back down and leave. But you left Juniper outside to kind of make sure that if they did try to move something, then Juniper would have eyes on them. In the meantime, you did actually locate the Chewinga, finally. They've been stealing cutlery, and they've been playing house in the snow. And you cautiously approached and tried to make out as a friendly appearance as possible. And in the end, a whistling tune and a playful demeanor seemed to bring out the best in them. And before long, you were able to sort of communicate through pictographs in the snow about maybe having them follow. It took one of them some convincing, but eventually all the Chewinga kind of warmed up to you and are now following you around Targos. And that's where we left off. You guys are just chilling in the middle of the town square right now. These Chewinga, by the way, are to be brought to Bremen. Danica Greysteel said she wanted to try and investigate further with them, as if they were some key to ending the winter.
Yeah, what we want to do here, can we leave this town now? That's what we deliver the Chewingas?
Wonga.
Umbongos? Chimichangas?
Chris?
Mm.
What time of day was it again?
Oh, yeah. It's probably a nice little retcon to add that you probably had to have a long rest in Bryn Shander, because otherwise you'd be pushing levels of exhaustion. We lost track of time during the session, but basically, yeah, it got really late into the early hours of the morning by the time you'd finished talking with the sheriff. So we'll say that you've had a long rest. And now this is early morning, roughly. It doesn't take too long to get from from Bryn Shander to Targos. How many hours is that?
Normally 3 hours, but because of the X-Peak and dog sled.
So if we had a
bit
long
shorter?
if we had a long rest, I'm setting my exhaustion down to 0 again, right?
Yes, you can do that. Likewise, just make sure Faith hasn't got any levels either. Let's have a look. Faith. Yeah, no, Faith's good. Cool. All right then. Wow. She so this from Targos to Bryn Shander is only a couple of hours, right? Bryn Shander, Targos, it's 3 hours. 2 hours. So yeah, at worst it's like 10. I think you spent some time in the tavern and searching for the Chewinga, so it'll probably be about 11, 12. Yeah, it's like midday.
The one question that I have is, do we deliver the Chewingas and the other dudes to the next town over, or do we try to get the cauldron back here? As far as I understand, the Chewingas are kind of with us now, right? They ride around on us.
Yeah.
They're following you around a little bit.
Yeah.
Here's an image for you, Roki.
I mean, this is like a question towards the DM more than anything. Would we lose the Chewingas if we go do the cauldron stuff now, or would they just wait around?
I can tell you one thing. We need to go to Bremen either way to inform or ask the speaker if they're actually thinking of going to the meeting. We've got Juniper on stakeouts, so I'm not too afraid of losing the cauldron.
Mm-hmm.
If
we-
we are going to get the cauldron now, we might lose the Chwinga. Or
Didn't we also need to
endanger
go-
them.
Didn't we also need to go to Bremen for the murder thing? We found out that a couple of speakers are like faking the lottery, right?
Uh-huh.
But
Argos,
that's
Brinchander,
Tarkus, Brinchander, and
Easthaven.
Easthaven, not
Okay.
Bremen.
Okay.
Mhm.
The murderer might be in Bremen, but it's not likely.
Bremen sacrifice
I assume
warmth
he's
aura.
yeah.
Is there
Quite a
any
small town as well.
is there any reason other
Go on.
than potentially endangering the Chewingas that we would want to delay just meeting this cauldron situation head on?
I mean, we have a couple of other people technically with us, but they stay at the tavern.
Oh yeah,
will
we need
say-
to bring Piss Boy home.
Yeah, you got Hawawa is with you. He's the one previous cultist from Caer Dineval.
Mhm.
Lastly, I think Faith will mention, well, we have to head to Bremen, right? If we get the cauldron, that means lugging it to Bremen and back again as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I know we have ways to do that, but
Also,
the
we
less it's
are
on show, probably the
super
better.
close to a level up, so we might get one from finishing 2 quests over there. I mean,
Oh.
that's a concern for the next big fight. So
Yeah.
Stef's always ready to get out a flying disc.
Oh, yeah.
Get out of this.
The reason the cauldron was stolen was because people knew where it was. Now we can spread word that the cauldron has disappeared, and we can stealthily bring it back to East Haven.
Or we find out where a dragon lives and we tell everyone that the dragon stole it.
No,
Greedy people will be punished.
Mhm.
I mean, we know where the cauldron is. Like, we literally found that out last week.
No, we have a very strong assumption where it is.
Yeah. I'll go with my gut on this one.
Yeah, it seemed.
Oh, speaking
seemed
of
likely.
knowing where the cauldron is, Roki,
Yeah.
I've heard tales that some clerics are able to divine where objects can be hidden.
Hmm.
Oh, yeah. That's what we're doing.
We're
Would you
technically-
also be able to do that?
Locate object, yeah.
There we go.
If you wished, you can say you have prepared that the day before, because he wasn't here to be able to
This
do that.
morning.
But they did have the
Yeah.
idea.
We
Yeah.
just did a long rest, so we say
Yeah,
short rest,
sure.
we did long rest, so count after that.
Mm-hmm.
Always
problem.
railroading Roki into making good decisions.
It says it has to be within 1,000 feet of me, so we need to go
It does.
near it.
Oh wait, 1,000
Mm.
feet only?
Yeah.
I thought it was
Mhm.
within 2 miles. Or is
I
it the
mean- No.
same?
I mean,
Yeah.
is 1,000 feet enough to scan the entire town? Seems like a non-issue.
It's pretty. It's
No.
the town is more than 1,000 feet, but you can get close enough. Yeah, like across the street, right, would be close enough, or even a street over.
So does it,
But-
this is a jump question, does locate object actually tell you the location of the object when you're in range, or just that it's here?
I think that it's here.
You sense the
Um,
direction to the object's location.
Mm-hmm.
So it basically tells you the location.
Tells you the direction. Yeah.
I mean, if we think we know where it is, we can go to near where we think it is and then try that.
Have you seen it up close at least once within 30 feet?
Yes. Next to a
Yeah.
dying Manny.
Cool.
Oh God.
Yes.
We should-
all right.
should
So
we
the only
go and-
choice now is
Do
you
we go
go
and
Bremen
confirm?
first and come back. Or yeah, you
Yeah.
could confirm, yeah.
Do you want to go and confirm that we're right about it, its location,
Mhm.
and then move off? I think we're saying we want to do Bremen before we go in there and risk a fight, and
Right.
risk Chewingas, etc., etc. But do we feel a
Mhm.
need to locate object 1,000 feet from that location, that venue?
I mean, I'm fine with going to Bremen first and then coming back here. Because it's basically confirmed that it's in this town because the thieves are here. We saw them, the yellow cloaks.
Mhm.
Hmm.
So we are certain it's this town at the very least.
The Jello Cloaks have been everywhere. So I mean, at multiple places. They have been in Godmead. They have been in East Haven. They've been in Lonely Woods even.
Mhm.
How
Well,
many
um,
how many second level spells do you get, Roki? Is it worth burning one
Two.
just now, or would you rather save it?
I think it's better off we save it and when we come back.
2.
We don't want to take a lot of long rests, right? Also, Roki, you get one spell slot back if you channel divinity, right? Isn't that a thing? Or was that just
Yeah.
my...
Yeah.
Also a second level.
Yeah.
let's leave it to your
Mhm.
decision, Roki. You can either confirm now that the cauldron is indeed in the Luskan Arms, or go to Bremen, come back, and
Are we near
then
the Luskan Arms
confront them.
now?
You can be. In fact, I will tell you, you are actually just out of range of the Luskan Arms, like only by 100 feet. But
And we're pretty sure it's not going to move if by the time we come
You-
back.
I mean,
if it does, you've got a juniper, little awakened shrub outside, basically stationed there to sort of tell you if it had been moved or not.
Okay.
You could also
Uh,
pretty much stand in the center of town, and that's almost 1,000 feet or in a 360.
Okay. Well,
It's up to you, though. You can
We can
save
head
it.
nearby and then I'll use it. So, are we
All right.
heading there now then?
Okay.
Is that what we're doing?
You
Yeah.
can stand within the middle of town and basically confirm it.
Okay. So, I'll describe
all
the
right.
cauldron that I've seen before. We'll see if that results in anything.
Okay. There is a kind of a ping in your mind. You can almost smell the kind of bubbling stew is already like spilling over, like it's actually being used in this current situation, and you can feel the warmth radiating from it in the direction of the Luskan Arms. And to confirm it even further, you can sort of begin to head down town, and as you do, you feel the direction still locked on the Luskan Arms.
So we know it's there. It's in the Luskan Arms. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Shall we head to Bremen then?
Sounds like a plan to me.
Let's go.
All right. The Chewingas are marching on behind you. One of them's on a little little scrimshaw horse. The other is perched on the shoulder of Tracker, and another one is whistling next to Stef. You can hear this kind of bird call. But yeah, you are free to leave. And I'll take you over to Bremen. Let me just check the old weather report. It was heavy snow last time. Oh, Jesus. It's a blizzard out there. Yeah,
Oh no.
that's not good. But I will say it is only between Targos and Bremen. If you look at the map, it's quite short. It's probably the shortest distance between any town other than, say, Lonely Wood and Thermalane. But you would be traveling in a blizzard. That much is true.
Does it change anything for me if I ride ahead on my bird?
It's going to be basically you're basically blinded, so there's a potential to get lost, but you're traveling such a short distance that
Yeah, that's what
you have to really screw up.
No, I'm asking if
the
there's
other
like maybe I have to do 2 checks instead of 1. You know, that's the question I'm asking.
that depends on how long you'd be out there for. The travel time between Bremen and Targos is like 3 hours, I think.
Okay. So is there a difference if I travel half the time or twice the time? Like
Bremen and Targos. Sorry, Bremen. Yeah, 3 hours.
Yeah, 3.
It's going to be a few frost save. That's all. If you speed ahead of the others, you'd make it in half that time and only incur you'd incur 1 less frost save basically.
no. So we have 2 instead of 1. Okay, yeah, sure. I'll stay with the party. You guys need to invest in birds.
Well, I'd persuaded. Yeah, I persuaded one of the officials. So we've got a second axe beak, and we've got the dogs and the dog sled, and we've got your flying disc. So I'm wondering if we do actually have enough to move at a faster pace.
Do we have enough to move the entire party at a pace?
Let's work it out. Snort's on the back of an axe beak.
Yeah.
I think you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, you need 1 more for Faith Wawa kind of situation.
Can we buy an axe beak in this channel?
Targos doesn't have a stables. Bryn Shander and East Haven do, but
God damn it.
and I think
leave Faith here, just with
Yeah.
that's possible. Yeah.
In that case, I might ask Juniper to follow them if she sees that the cauldron is being moved.
Sorry, you're going to say Juniper move if the cauldron's moved?
Yeah.
They will no longer be indistinguishable from a shrubbery if they do that, and they'll have to roll a stealth check. All the while they remain stationary, I'm not going to make them roll stealth checks, but if they do move, then there's a potential they can be caught, depending on what you roll.
I forgot that Juniper stealth isn't the same as Jack's stealth.
It's still really good stealth. Like if you're standing still, you don't have to roll stealth, which is arguably better, I guess. But anyway, I would say Faith can stay behind. That's not a problem. And if you utilize the power of a floating disc, yes, you could probably fit at least 2 people on there and speed along to Bremen in half the time.
Yeah.
I just would like 1 person to make me a survival check just to make sure you don't screw up and get lost.
Can I?
It is a whiteout.
Do you need to ritual cast me the disc, or can we just say I did that?
You can ritual cast, so it's fine.
I'm pretty sure I can guide us safely to Bremen.
Okay, yes, 20 is more than enough. Thankfully, it is a quick one-way direction, and there's a river. Sorry, not a river. There's like the frozen lake of Merdwalden. So long as that's on your right at all times, you can pretty much just follow it around. And so within half the time, you would make it to Bremen. So I'm only going to ask for 2 frost saves from everyone. So let's all roll 1 to begin with.
Please tell me the DC is 15 or something.
Well, as it happens, you're traveling in the one time that there's daylight.
God.
It's between the hours of, I think, 12 and 4-ish. I think 12 and 2. So the DC of that is a little lower, but Blizzard makes it back up again.
This Ring of Warp was so good. I just had a 7 into a 21.
Yeah, that'll do that. Okay, that's good. Looks like successes all around. Although, wait, we're only got 15. Wait, we'll just check. DC 10, +5 for the Blizzard, -5 for the hours you're actually traveling. You're actually okay. DC is actually 15. I think you have to roll like a 1 to get out. 1 more save from everyone.
Wait, DC is 15? Then I don't need to roll.
Then you don't need to roll. Cool.
Wait, sorry, so we're rolling again? Or
yeah, the second
there's 2 hours. Yep, second hour. You only really have to roll like a 1, I think. Yeah, you're good.
Even on the 1, I would have 16.
No problem. Good. All right, you guys have bundled up a lot. One more than the other group at this level, but hey, Bremen is a very small town. As you approach, you see there is. Let me just bring it up. Actually, take you to the map. There we go. Yeah, a sleepy little town that's sitting on the west bank of Mer de Arden, at the mouth of the Sheangan River. In fact, I should mention that as you're crossing, you actually have to go across a frozen river. That's something that I forgot to mention. But thankfully, it's frozen, so you can literally walk across. You can see there's local fishermen. Well, at least the boats are there, but there's no actual fishermen out, which is odd. Normally about this time, this would be prime time, like fishing time, because there's light. Or at least dim light. But no one's out on the lake by the looks. And you'd have to drag your boat for like miles just to get to any river. Anyway, as you approach, there's no defenses in Bremen. Looks like you can literally just walk straight up to it and into the town. Hoa Malfoon says that his home is one of the first inns that you encounter as you're approaching. That's my house over there, the buried treasure.
Let's drop you off first then.
All right. He takes a deep sigh before heading up to the front door. And as soon as you...
Can I knock on the door and get in first?
Yes, you can. You see a middle-aged woman, and she's quite eager to see new visitors, and she welcomes you in. She says, "Oh, welcome. I'm Cora. Please make yourself at home." Apologize for the slight mess.
Sorry for intruding.
You're here for Rime's food?
Not sure. We probably will leave very soon. Can you guide us to, or tell us where to find the speaker?
Oh, yeah. The speaker's probably under lock and key at the moment.
Lock
in
and
his
key?
home.
Oh, resting?
Yes. Yes, resting. For his own safety more than anything.
I see. Also, we found this traveler along our way. Can we leave him here?
A weary traveler?
Yeah.
Of course, yes. Please, yes, see them in. I've got many warm beds. I can help. And as soon as she's
And
saying
then
all
I'll
this,
call
nattering
over
on,
while we're...
you see he is approaching. He's got this sort of guilty look on his face. Cora stops mid-sentence and just double takes him, like blinks for a moment, and then she's suddenly overcome with emotions, like her eyes start bawling, and she rushes over and like hugs on to Hawawa, he slowly reciprocates the hug and is still saying nothing, waiting for some wrath or judgment to be bestowed upon him, but instead Cora is only happy that he's returned and says, you're back, you're safe, you're not injured, are you? And he says, he just shakes his head. I'm so happy you've come back. I thought you would never see you again. And Hawawa just says, I'm sorry. I don't know what I was getting myself into. The tieflings, the dragonborn that led me away were not what I expected. And I don't have that black ice anymore, in case you're wondering. And she smiles and looks towards you guys and says, "You can stay, please. I'm gonna get you a warm meal and don't worry about paying it." She says, "You brought him back to me."
We actually are in a bit of a hurry. We need to get back in Easthaven before the townspeaker meeting.
Oh,
We really
right.
can't
Yes,
stay that
I
long.
understand. I cannot
But
thank
well-
you enough for bringing him back safe and sound.
When we return, eventually, we will stay longer.
Please, yes, I'll have a finest feast for you. She just keeps looking back at Hawawa,
Mhm.
smiling from ear to ear and wiping her tears away, and she leads him inside. All right. Hawawa kind of looks back at you guys, one kind of sheepish look, but I think for the first time you see there is a slight smile on his face.
You better
He was
take
dreading
care of
this
home.
moment, and yeah. Of course, yes. He nods. I'll take care of her. Thank you. He knows that you guys showed mercy on him, and he clearly appreciates that. And yeah, the two walk inside and begin warming him up. Yeah. I wish there was more of a reward, but I wish there was more of a reward for you guys. But you definitely feel like you've made at least one step closer to saving 10 towns, and you get a warm, fuzzy feeling inside of you that makes you think you might be leveling up
soon. At the
soon.
moment.
This one?
No,
Yeah.
this.
This at the top. There's a scary
Oh,
lady.
Danica. Yes.
There.
She's the one you met a long time ago. She was in, I think it was Easthaven,
It
and
was
she
somewhere
gave you the
between-
quest for
Mhm.
the Chewingas. That is Danica.
Who's
But yeah,
this?
Hill Trollvane, she's chilling in the 5 Tavern Center if you want to go to there. I think she also gave you a quest.
Is that the Gold-Hearted Killer quest?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't they get the quest from the Icewind trackers?
Yeah, they did. So effectively, a long time ago, I'll give you a reminder, you were in a tavern in Easthaven, the White Lady Inn, and you spoke to a bunch of adventurers. You said they were tracking a murderer and that there was a bounty on their head, and someone was paying them to do it.
Mm. Oh, that's how it worked, yeah.
And there was a kind of joking jest that, you guys would get the bounty first and turn it in before them. And they kind of said, yeah, we'd like to see you try, basically.
Yeah, they did
Oh, yeah.
say if we were able to capture the killer before them, we don't need to bring it to them. We can bring it straight to Bremen to her.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, that's before I join in, so I don't know about this deal.
It was a while ago. But yeah, there's a
What-
bounty hunter in Bremen, is all you know.
What bet did we make with him? I wasn't there for that session, I'm pretty sure.
It's the session where you stole
We didn't
the
make a bet.
goggles. Or
You didn't
where,
make a bet
it wasn't
so
a
much
bet,
as
it
you
was
just made a
a
jest that
challenge.
you were going to get the cold-hearted killer before them and turn in the reward.
Oh, that one's still around, okay. Well, they haven't been doing a great job either, so fuck them.
Apparently not. No.
Did they?
All right, where do you want to go
Actually-
next?
I forgot to ask where Danica is.
It'd be in the
Where to
church.
Would I know that? Would the group know that?
You could ask around, literally just be
Yeah.
like, where's the church? It's over there. In fact, the only person you see out and around, though, if you're looking for directions, is over by the pier.
Grinsk Barrel War.
Mm-hmm. So if you're looking for someone to ask where such and such is, you'd have to talk to him. And when you do, he sees you coming towards the pier and he says, "Ah, you lot, you're late."
Do we know you?
Of course you do. I'm Grinsk. You're the fishers, right? You're
No,
ready
we're
to
not.
set out? Ah, yes, you are. It's an easy job. Just take one of these boats out to the lake and fish up some knucklehead trout for us. All right?
Maybe
Here you go.
with
Here's your
him.
oars. Hmm?
Wait, it's a dwarf, right?
Yeah.
Dwarf fisherman.
Doesn't he respect me or something?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's why he seems familiar with you. Nice beard, by the way. But anyway, yeah. Of course, it's a pretty easy job, but I'll be paying you for every knucklehead you get back. Come on, up to it. Daylight's burning.
Yeah, speaking of daylight being burned, we are in a hurry. We're here to look for Danica. We need to talk to the speaker, and we need to get back to East Haven for the speaker meeting. We don't have time for fishing.
Well, the fish ain't gonna catch themselves. Who else is gonna go out there?
You?
No, I own the boats, but I can't go out there.
Maybe there's a golden knucklehead.
I've got to delegate. You
Maybe
call
there's
him a
golden
knucklehead.
knucklehead. No, maybe there's a golden knucklehead out there. The trout.
You've heard of the story. Someone lost a precious ring some years ago. Knucklehead took it right off their ring finger. But important to get every fish you find. Might be some treasure. Anyway, sound like busy folk, so the quicker you get it done, the quicker you'll be back on your tasks, eh?
How long will it take?
Oh, let's see. Couple of hours dragging it out to the ice floes, waiting
wait.
around, fishing. Have you been fishing before, right? You know it's a patience man's game.
do we look like fishermen?
You look like capable folk who can at least protect themselves if you get into any trouble.
What kind of trouble would there be catching a bunch of fish?
Oh, none. You can all roll insight checks.
Do we need
Oh,
to
it's
roll
cold.
insight?
It's cold out there. Yes.
Wait.
No, it doesn't give you advantage.
No. The other one. Tales of Brabant Beasts.
Mhm.
Speaker Grinsk offers work to those who aren't afraid of lesser men's.
Yep.
This is the
Roll
fucking
insight.
speaker.
No, it's not. Roll insight.
Give me a
I
moment,
just
give me a moment.
have some kind of sense that if we go with him, something will happen.
He's not
Yeah.
coming with. In fact, that's part of
if
this
we
insight
go,
check.
Like,
Sorry.
I have a sense that if we go, something
my-
will happen. I don't know what, but something.
Okay.
I know we're busy, but like.
Or
something will
we
happen.
are actually super time sensitive. That's the problem, Roki.
I know.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'd just say yes.
All
if we
right.
weren't.
He, as you're saying, like, well, as you're thinking there might be something bad, he actually shuffles kind of himself in front of the front of the boat. Only Roki really notices this. And then says, no. Well, it's cold out there. That's the danger. And you guys are obviously dressed to the nines, right? Got the gear. You got the fur lining. you look ready to brave the outside.
We've been in this situation before. Remember the mines? We were just told there were just kobolds in the mines. Now we're here. Now we're being told there are just fish here. I think someone, very friendly-looking gentleman, needs our help, and he is not telling us what he needs the help with. So he's looking for adventurers that he's pretending look like fishermen. That's my assumption here.
Yeah, he looks like he's trying to block the view of the front of the boat as well, Roki. For some reason. Like his big stout form, he like shuffles in front of the boat as he's saying, no danger.
But let's step to the side. Let's. What's this boat of yours? Why? Let me get a better view.
Well, I'll give you. I'll be renting you 2 boats. This one and this one, and of course, any damages that come out of it will have to come out of your pay. So be careful of them ice floors. You can look around at the boat, and you see the boat's name bears the name Burly Ram and the Pronged Goat, and the latter one sports a curious bite mark right out of the front, like something chomped the wood into splinters.
Nature check. Hello.
There it is. So what's the danger that we're not being told about, and why can't you just ask for help? Why the trickery?
Wait a second. Would Tracker be knowledgeable enough to identify the bite marks?
Maybe. I can point out, wasn't there a newspaper that we saw in Kerkonik about a mythical beast being around Bremen?
He says, don't you see? There's bloody ice everywhere. Last crew were apparently born with pits for eyes because they sailed right into a damned ice floe. I ain't gotten around to repairing the gunwale yet, but she floats just fine. Yeah, you can still tell he's lying, Roki.
You know what? I guess we just walk away if he's not going to tell us the truth. Unlucky guys. Might have been something out there. Anyway, we've got to go. Let's.
Yeah.
He can find us later on. We're going to be around if he has a sense to tell the truth. I'll start just walking away.
That's fair. As you turn around, Roki, you see there are some creaky footsteps on the porch of a nearby house. Looks like a tavern or something. And you see another figure covered head to toe in cold weather clothing, just kind of watching you. And the figure sort of waves a gloved finger over, bring you over to them. You see Grinks just sort of like, you're fine. He starts going back to rigging the boat.
I'll see what this figure wants to say.
She pulls back her hood, and you see a half-elven face. And she says, "You're right. You're right to not trust him. That barrel boar has no honor. They're sending innocent people to their deaths. And for what? A few fish?"
Yeah, he gives off a vibe. Did you lose someone to that?
Only good fishermen so far, but I'm guessing you already know about the monster.
We've met so many monsters in Icewindale. Which monster is this one?
Something in there is eating the fishermen, or no, not eating them, but destroying the boats. It's like they're trying to stop anyone from fishing in the lake. And I doubt Grinks likes me very much, because I'm the one trying to study it. I'm Tali, by the way.
Hi.
You're
I'm trying to figure
the beast?
Mm-hmm. Well, not just that beast, but the local animal life here in Icewindale. I just couldn't stay silent, and I've been trying to tell people that who go on that boat probably will fall victim.
Yeah, we met a moose that was under some trickery from a druid that claimed to be a follower of Aurel that was attacking loggers. Not here, but in Icewindale elsewhere. So,
Her eyes kind of go wide, and she brings out like a little
that's something
notebook.
similar.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, "Oh my goodness, you've got to tell me everything about this moose, please." And she gets suddenly really invested in this story that you've got.
Oh, it was. Okay, quickly. What was the place where it was?
In Lonelywood's the other side of the lake. In the forest.
It was up in Lonelyhood. The forest is outside of it. There's a temple. That was.
Can you describe the beast? Like, how intelligent?
It was.
She begins sketching a moose.
About as smart as a.
Yeah, near.
I want to say regular commoner, but he is smarter.
Yeah.
Fascinating. Oh my.
You could meet it if you wanted to.
I would love to. Yes.
Yeah, it's defending. Well, it's part of defending the temple where we found it. There's a lot of animal life there that's kind of under protection.
I wonder if it's kind of connected in some way to this beast in the lake.
I mean,
some witnesses say it's the size of an ox. Some say it's close to the size of a house. But I think people mostly agree that it might be some whale or large fish. But then others describe it as kind of more lizard-like in appearance, with scaly skin and a long neck.
How long has this been going on?
Few months now, I would say. And if it keeps up, these people are not going to have much food left. They live almost purely off of the knucklehead trout. Well, I know you probably don't have much time. Oh, go on.
Is this around the same time as the moose problem started?
That is about right. Yeah, it's about the same time.
I mean, I'd like to help.
We promised the moose to talk to this one.
Sorry, she like looks back and forth. Two people talking at once. Huh? What?
Sorry. I mean, I want to help. We're a bit time sensitive, but that doesn't mean we can't come back.
Oh, right.
What's the rest
of course, yes.
If it reacts as fast as the moose did, we probably don't need to waste that much time.
I mean, this could be related to Aurel, since the moose was related to Aurel, so it's something not only for a reason to help others, but something for us at the same time.
The moose was related to Aurel in the same way that the moose was related to a follower of Aurel. And I believe this is the same connection.
Yeah. So...
Well, she says, if you're interested, and I know you don't have much time, but perhaps you're right. Perhaps it is connected to Aurel and this unending winter. And maybe it's affected its eating habits or demeanor in some way. Kind of begins to speculate. I can't offer you much other than my gratitude, but if you are ever going out onto the lake, please, and she hands you a notebook, write down as much information you learn about the nature of this monster, and if we know what it's out there, the people of Bremen would be much safer for it. And well, it bears the potential to be awfully interesting.
Yeah, where do we find you?
Well, I'll be staying here in this tavern in Bremen. So let me just find the name for it. called. Oh, it's actually there's 5 different taverns. I just realized that's why it's called the 5 Taverns Center. So she will
There's
stay
5 in the
the
center, or there's 5 total?
Yep. There's 5 unaffiliated taverns in the center of town, and
So
she
the
says she'll
town
be
has
staying
at
in
least
the.
6 taverns, with the buried treasures being on the edge of town.
That's an inn.
Oh, that's something else. Okay.
Yeah. So she says she's going to be staying in the river's mouth. Funny enough, there's actually another tavern called the Grumpy Moose. There's also the Black Bearded Brother, and there's also Stones and even Kill, but some of them are old and poorly maintained. I'm staying in the river's mouth. It's a nicer one. But yeah, you guys are like spellcasters, perhaps? He looks around, kind of noting a couple of you guys have interesting equipment.
We might have a spellcaster.
And if you
people aren't
and if you
always
know
friendly
nature.
about
Oh no, that's okay. I'm merely asking since I might be able to think of a reward if you do something with the beast. It'll take some time though. So basically she's asking, I think, does anyone have any nature proficiency? And yeah, Tracker does. She says, I can maybe make you a scroll from one of my own findings. See, she's a bit of a ranger, so she knows a couple spells. She might be able to make you a scroll in the downtime whilst you guys are off adventuring.
Yeah, sounds
So if there's a ranger spell that you would like to have, Tracker, as a reward, you can let me know and she'll make a scroll of it. Probably no higher than 2nd level, though. He's not that good.
Yeah, with my modifier on nature.
Yeah, obviously it's going to be harder to cast. You might want to just have like either a cantrip or a 1st level spell, but he offers that at the very least as a reward.
Well, it was lovely meeting you, Tali. We should probably head out though, and we will find you when we're able to.
Can you point
go
us
find
to
this
the
creature.
to the Daneker? Some church.
Oh, Danica Greysteel. Yeah, of course. She's staying in the church here in Bremen. I think it's over there, and she points northward.
Is it a normal church or a big old terrifying one?
She says, it's pretty terrifying, I won't lie. It's not got any windows left, I don't think anyone goes there to pray either. It looks abandoned. The only thing that gives any hint that there's people still there is the weird blue flames that are still flickering. They persist even during the night.
Sounds friendly. Let's go.
Okay.
I say like
all right.
You know, clearly being sarcastic about
it. Good luck, guys. And she heads back to her tavern. All right. Looks like you're heading over there.
I'm looking at the ranger spells and how many do not require concentration. There's this nice spell called Goodberry.
Might be helpful or handy, sure. All right, let's head over to church. All right. Oh, there might be a few tokens I need to move around.
So many side quests. Why does current quests have to be so important? It's one thing I actually really hate is some RPG games when every mission sounds like it's super important, needs to be done right now, and then you can just ignore it for a million years and come back to it.
It's
this place gives me the creeps. Snob says as you approach, you see these
not the door.
These beautiful blue flames dancing in these braziers as you approach. And Roki, as you get closer, you don't feel any warmth coming from them, oddly. but I think you would know this is probably some sort of continual flame spell.
Don't open the door,
flame
knock!
that never dies.
I open and knock the door. Hello?
Oh,
Jesus
yeah, you
Christ.
rap on the door, and just the shake of your knuckles kind of reveals that the door is almost coming off of its hinges, and it's kind of rattly inside the frame. And yeah, you hear the creaking of pews as perhaps two people step up, and you hear them call out, "Enter."
Guess we're going in.
And as soon as you,
Let's go as a
open up,
group.
it feels it feels just as cold as the interior, as the exterior. Like the wind is whipping and howling through the open windows. Most of them are just smashed, or there's even crumbled sections of the interior. You can see the back walls like kind of snowed in. There's a draft coming down from above. All the pews are misshapen. There's even a column knocked over and it's kind of smashed into one of them. All the while, there's this cold blue flame.
Let's show some respect and say, "Hi there, can we approach?"
They both turn to you and they bow incredibly deeply, almost all the way to the ground. And they say, "Yes, welcome. Welcome to the Lord, the Underworld's home."
Thank you very much. Let's head in, guys.
They they
Let's
both
step.
approach an altar, and they kind of kneel down to it. Stef's here, I'm sure.
I am here, yes.
And I'm just gonna switch out this token actually, because I have a better one. It's not quite so creepy looking. This is who you see.
Oh, that's a
Standing
huge
behind the
improvement.
altar. Right?
Yeah, definitely not as creepy.
Yeah, you see there is a woman wreathed in a black veil, and she beckons you forward, and she's kind of got this pale, almost grayish skin. You'd imagine she must be freezing cold in this, because she's not wearing any thick furs or coating, and yet you're in this kind of open church. She has like a set of rosary beads that kind of adorn her headpiece. And there's a book laid out in front of her that she seems to be flicking pages through. I think, Roki, with your passive perception and trackers, you can see on the pages there seem to be depicted some sort of draconic bones. She's also got lots of other little bowls filled with components that you'd recognize, Roki, as material components for certain cleric spells. He says, "What brings you to the Lord of Shadows?" How we assist.
You requested these fine people to find Chwinga?
She looks kind of around the group to perceive them, and sure enough, following behind Stef right at the back are the three little Chwingas in a marching order. She looks towards them and says, "You found the creatures. Ah, what of the lantern?"
What lantern?
Yeah, we turned the lantern into goggles.
Am I still
No,
wearing
no,
them?
I'll just tell her. I have no problem. Well, we lost the lantern. We got some goggles instead.
Am I still wearing them, or is someone else wearing them?
I think someone is wearing goggles, but even if you are, she doesn't seem to pay any attention to them because she's expecting a lantern, not goggles.
Well, if I wear that, I just want to take them off and say these you know, as Steph just said, these have been imbued with the power of the lantern.
She turns to them very slowly. "I see. May I?
She wants the goggles.
I'll step over and hand them to her.
She looks over the goggles, and you can't see her expression, but you see she's kind of paused, just staring at them for a moment. She then just places them gingerly back on the table and says, "Perhaps we'll discuss that later. For now, I wish very much to see the Chewinga."
Yeah, go right ahead. And I'll
Want to see the baby.
make space for them.
The Chewinga kind of hop up the stairs one by one, and they're looking around at this strange new environment. One of them kind of walks past the altar and jumps up into the brazier and sort of starts bathing itself in the blue fire, which of course gives off no heat. Very curious. The other one hops up and onto the altar and looks down at the page and kind of like is reading it upside down. And the one that's kind of more shy sort of kind of crouches down, almost hiding down behind the step. And Danica slowly walks around from behind the altar and kind of crouches down next to the Chewinga. And she pulls out from her headdress this like little feather. It's like a black feather that she kind of lowers down and places onto the stair. And the Chewinga kind of looks at it curiously and hops up and picks it up lightly. Such curious creatures. Fascinating. She looks over towards the altar and gestures at a book that she's been reading, a different one that's closed. Says, "Did you know that the Chewinga came here with the first settlers from the jungles of Chult? One of the most humid and hot environments. And yet somehow they've become perfectly adapted to the cold and seemingly have no trouble surviving in this endless winter. If we are to adapt as well, we must learn all we can from these strange elementals, lest the cold will take us all." He looks back at the goggles and picks them up and hands them to you. He says, "I merely asked for one, but you brought 3. You may keep the goggles. Hopefully they warn you of other elemental dangers in the far reaches of the Dale.
Thank you. That's
Also,
I might save our life someday.
you are welcome." She nods. He says, "You are also welcome here in the Church of Hades if you ever need guidance."
Wait, Church of what?
Or Hades.
Hades with an H. That doesn't sound super friendly.
It is a misconception. Hades is a wise and knowledgeable god.
What is it a god of?
A god
Of death.
the underworld.
Or
So, what exactly does she want to do with the Chewingas? I don't trust her a lot. God of death, little magical, cute fairies.
You can roll a religion check if anyone's curious.
I will indeed.
I mean, the Chewingas.
Unfortunately, you don't have faith with you.
Like,
I think my religion is about as good as faith's.
am I the only person thinking that the Chewingas seem to think this is fine?
Roki, time to throw roll in the guidance.
You can give a guidance out if you wish. If you want to give anyone.
It's a Roland, sure. Because I rolled 2.
For Roland? 16. Roland, yeah, there's a common misconception about Hades in that they are some sort of romantic god, but they are far from the god of undeath. Like, Asmodeus. Rather, they are a safeguard against the undead. Hades safeguards the underworld and keeps them locked in there such that they don't escape and wreak havoc. They're actually a benevolent god rather than the opposite.
So am I being paranoid, or does really nobody have questions about handing off the cute creatures?
I mean, ask the Chewingas. They seem fine with it. I feel like the Chewingas would know if this was dangerous for them.
They seem more like children. I don't think they know a lot of things.
They're magical beings. They may look like children. That doesn't mean they are.
Well, why don't you ask her
They're
what
actually-
her
Yeah.
intentions are?
I did ask her, but
She says, "We wish to understand these creatures. They often hold many secrets. If they can help us figure out a way of surviving in the cold, adapt like they do, then maybe we may not need to end the winter.
does
Or
understanding
better yet,
does understanding them involve harming them?
no,
Okay.
it does not.
And Roland would ask, should they wish to leave, will they be free to?
I would hope that they do not, before we learn at least something. But on that note, is there anything that we should know in order to keep their attention?
So I'll bring out the wee fishbone horse and pass it to her. And say, one of them is particularly partial to riding this into battle, and but you didn't answer my question. Should they wish to leave, will they be free to? And I say that as I'm passing her the wee horse.
She takes another deep bow again, all the way to till she's like almost horizontal to the floor. She offers out her hands and says, "You have my word. No harm will come to these Chewinga, nor will they be held against their will."
Insight check.
Yes, you may. It's hard to read her emotions, being that she has this veil, and she's even bowing her head to the floor, but she seems as though she seems truthful in her words. There doesn't seem to be any hesitation or anything. She is clearly one who is wise and trying to understand the world. But there is this kind of almost otherworldly quality about her, Roland, that you kind of pick up with the 16. Again, a kind of thing that concerns you as to how she's not freezing to death in this place. It might be that there is some sort of divine hand watching over them, protecting them from the cold.
Mm-hmm.
And with that kind of knowledge in mind, you feel confident in handing them over, that they also might be kept under this divine protection as well.
Okay, so just turn to the party and say, I'm of a mind that we can trust her, and I'm also of a mind that we can return and check.
I agree.
You may return. If you have an intention to return, I perhaps ask of something else of you. There are bones in the dale that I wish to investigate. And she gestures towards the book once again and says, "Far out to the east, in the spine of the world, there is a clan of Goliaths.
Arthur.
I believe they belong. They eke out their life in the Wormdoom Crag." She kind of tries to think what their name is for a moment. She looks towards you and nods. Yes, Thun Lokalaga are the tribe. I've been trying to contact them, but they do not seem to do communication with outsiders. As I'm aware, they have possession of a great dragon's bones. I've discovered a ritual.
Sorry.
Thun Lokalaga? Yeah, I can. Find it for you.
And also write where you said they were, just so I can write them down.
We've heard that name before. Okay. It's when we went back to Kelvinskar, 3 tribes were named.
Worm Doom Crag. And lastly, it's pronounced pronunciation guide.
There was the Akanathi.
Akanathi is the other tribe, yes.
I forgot my own name.
Your tribe's name or your...
There it is.
Tribe's name.
It's pronounced Thun Lok Log Laga. Yeah, Thun Lokalaga. They are a tribe of powerful warriors in the mountains. They have possession of a dragon's bones. I have discovered here a ritual that may offer some defense against this cold. If this ritual is true, then I may be able to replicate it. Of course, you would benefit from this as well, but I would need the bones in order to complete the ritual. If you could, if you're in your travels, perhaps come by the Wormdoom Crag, then perhaps you could negotiate for these bones and return them to me.
That might be possible.
Sorry, I had to step out there. What are these boom shakalakas?
They are a Goliath tribe.
Goliath, right? Great. Thank you.
Did you expect them to reply?
Before we go anywhere, you mentioned that you offer guidance. You seem to have some extent knowledge based on your cleric abilities. Would you offer any guidance that will allow us to find any followers of Aurel?
Followers of Aurel? You mean the Frost Druids?
Yes. We've met one. They were on their own. But there's got to be more with a lot of the stuff we hear about happening.
It is tricky. The Frost Druids do not wish to be found. They remove themselves as far away as possible from the trappings of civilization. They work alone, usually, even though they are together under one cause. It seems as though their tenets lend them towards a life of solidarity, trying to survive as one. I do not condone this self-imparted isolation. It can addle the mind, but nonetheless, that is their belief. It's almost as if it's some sort of form of worship to Aurel, that they can prove themselves worthy surviving alone. After all, their goddess is a cold and uncaring one. If you were to find one, it would likely be in the most remote places of Icewindale. Either that, or they would likely find you first.
So, you created the power of that lantern, right? You created the magic that would, or you use magic to make the lantern be able to find elementals, right?
Yes.
And you couldn't change that magic to find followers of Aurel instead?
Hmm. The magic cannot be attuned so specifically as to find a particular individual. The closest would be finding humanoids.
Not very helpful. I understand. It's worth a try.
Hmm. I suppose if you are wandering around in the wilderness and suddenly you sense a humanoid within 300 feet of you, it will still at least be useful. But
Maybe.
I cannot attune it so specifically.
What does the group think? Do you think that might be something worth it, or do you think the safety of spotting elementals nearby us is
Wait, she says.
more worth it?
Not
When did it ever detect an elemental?
I thought that's what
Aside
it
from the
detected, or is it
Twinger.
specifically?
You know.
It did. It did once.
Stop shitting on my goggles. That's on Senrith. Forgetting that we have it. Okay.
No, it did
Oh,
find
not great.
something. It did work before on other elementals.
It did.
In the
Found two
cave.
wingers before.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't
Yeah.
just find Twingers though. When we were to the hag, it found the elemental in there.
I wasn't there.
You wasn't there.
Yeah, it told you within 300 feet. But yeah, it does say, like, hey, there's an elemental within 300 feet of you.
Yeah,
Doesn't tell you
clues,
specifically
clues.
where or reveal them,
Yeah.
but yeah, it clues you
Oh.
in.
Okay, I have a question.
Can you exclude specific creatures as well?
Yeah, what's
Because
about
if you did
Mm.
attune it to humans or humanoids, then it would detect us all the time.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean,
It probably,
I say if we attune it to humans, we can just I'll only wear them when we head out of town, somewhere there shouldn't be humans.
I mean, you guys
Yeah, but
aren't
if it,
big enough. Sandra, can we have a list of creatures she can attune it to? Like creature types?
she gave it to us already.
monstrosities. Yeah, monstrosities, humanoids,
Celestial.
celestial, fiend, undead, elementals, aberrations.
Oh, the undead would be helpful as well.
I mean,
But
Roland,
once she sets it to this,
sorry, Roland can do a wee bit of that anyway, so maybe something that he can't detect with his divine sense, although that's only 60 feet.
Mm-hmm.
that's just fiends and undead.
What about? I mean, we're looking for oral guys. Maybe I'm misunderstanding that, right?
Celestial works.
Yep, I was about to ask for celestial because if you're looking
That's
for
what divine sense can already do.
oh
Yeah.
I mean, I'm kind of curious about the idea of
Roland's
being able to
recommending.
spot humans because I assume it wouldn't trigger for us, so it would be other humanoids.
She would, have to make it so it doesn't trigger for you guys.
What about monstrosities? I think that one's cool. That prevents us from running into traps, right?
Could do.
He says elementals are the most hidden of all creatures. They can merge with snow and earth and even air.
Yeah.
There are tales of a red-cloaked woman here in the Dales. She was pursued by some sort of foul wind, unseen to everyone, but very much real.
Maybe just leave it as elementals then.
Yep.
That sounds
We're up
familiar.
to-
Yes, it does, because Roki heard the
Roki,
story
didn't
from...
you hear that song about a red-cloaked woman?
Did I?
Mm-hmm.
How long ago was that?
The girl, the girl who gave you the ring of warmth
Oh,
in
She was
Tourmaline.
singing in was it Tourmaline?
Mm-hmm.
She was singing a song
She told
about
you.
the wind
woman.
was chasing her. Yeah.
He nods, says, An unseen wind that no one else could detect. Elementals can merge with their very element, becoming almost invisible. But this would protect you from such dangers. Would at least give you a warning. Something is near and
Yeah.
hidden.
I mean, maybe if we find this elemental, we find the red cloaked woman as well. That could be interesting.
This was, of course, many decades ago when the woman was saying it was like her grandfather and grandmother that were looking after the inn at that
I
time.
mean, maybe
Yeah, it was a long time.
relatives, or
Yeah.
we find the elemental that's
Of
chasing
course.
her and find out why. I don't know. There could be so much.
Yeah.
But we should probably head out though. We've got other things we need to do. Unless anyone else has any more questions for Danica.
I do not.
We have to return anyway.
Yeah, we've gone like days without nearly getting ourselves killed. You know, we're falling off.
All right.
Didn't we nearly get killed like 3 days ago?
Yeah, I said days.
Yeah, fair. That's not
I
that long
think we
ago.
get killed nearly every session, but you know, you learn to live with it.
Well,
Did Chewinga
thank you
start
for
kind
everything.
of prodding the bones in a bowl?
Oh, yeah. You were asking us something you needed to know about the Chewinga. They are curious. They are very curious, and if they get bored, they wander off, finding new stuff.
I swear this calendar hasn't updated. I swear it's
Oh yeah, I
updated.
wanted to inform her that in that point towards mine that one seems particular to sounds and songs.
They all are, right?
I'm not sure. The one liked horses.
All
They
right.
like
She
singing,
takes note.
they like animals, they like playing house, imitating people.
All right.
They
She
might
notes
interfere
all of
with
this,
praying.
and
Oh, that's better.
Yeah.
Or they will pray along, you know?
Keep a
So,
very close eye on your cutlery, or you're likely to lose it all.
So, are we going to go deal with that cauldron now?
We still need to say hi to the speaker, make sure he gets to the meeting.
Okay, let's do that then.
Yeah.
Okay.
they all bow deeply again down to like the earth, as if they're bowing towards the underworld itself, and they say, "May the shadows guide you."
Thank you very much. I'll bow slightly back, and then I'll give the Chewingas a wave before we leave. Say bye to them. Not even sure if they're paying attention or not.
Yeah, no, they're probably not.
That's
I'll be
fine.
honest, but I'll say the shy one does bring up the little feather that Danica gave you. She gave them, and then sort of waves the feather in your direction.
Oh.
Yeah, we wave back.
All right, you guys begin to leave the almost abandoned House of the Dead.
Everyone out? No.
All right, where do you want to head next?
Speaker of this town.
Speaker. Bother them.
Bremen. Oh god, that's gonna be something. Okay.
Was there something with the speaker of Bremen? I forgot.
He's paranoid.
Ah, fuck.
I don't know where you got that, but sure.
I don't know. I think I've heard it once that he was the paranoid one. Maybe I'm wrong.
The speaker's house isn't hard to find, but there are several guards outside. And as you approach, they say, "The speaker isn't expecting any visitors. If you have any business, it'll have to wait, I'm afraid. He's not in a healthy state right now. He needs his rest."
We are here to inform the speaker that the speaker's meeting in East Haven is starting soon.
He's aware, or at least we're aware, but he's not in any fit state to be traveling right now. He's done enough of that already.
Might we ask what's wrong with him?
Keeps wandering around in the middle of the night. The other week, we found him halfway across the frozen lake, barefoot. Took a whole night's hunting party just to find him. We got as much frostbite as he did.
I'm sure if he knows that
And then-
it's us that are here, he'll have time for us to sort this out and help him out. If you were to describe who's looking for him, he'll remember us.
Does he remember us?
Remember you?
Is this
I
the
don't-
speaker we met before? Or
No.
We haven't met this
You've
one.
never
We've
been.
never
Oh,
in
so we
This is
Bremen.
the
haven't
first
met.
time you've been to Bremen.
Oh shit!
yeah,
wrong
you've
one.
never-
Sorry,
Wait,
take back.
wait,
I didn't
wait,
say
Roki,
that.
wait,
I was
Roki.
mixing him up with different
Wait,
ones.
wait, wait.
Pretend I
Can
didn't say that.
Roki roll persuasion?
Oh, are we gonna commit to it? Sure, why not? Let's commit to
You
it.
said that so convinced that you've seen him before. I feel like
You know what? Let's go with it.
All
Let's
right, go ahead.
pretend
Roll
I
a persuasion
completely
check.
forgot
Oh my
everything, and be like,
God.
I genuinely believe what I'm saying because I got confused.
Mm,
Which speaker did you think
That's
it
so
was?
funny.
I don't know. We were talking about some guy going to a meeting. The last guy we talked to was the drunk dragonborn.
Oh,
That's great. I like that
that-
Roki thinks that he's a friend to all. So, okay, you want to speak to? Wait, he says you know Doppelgruff. Well, maybe the other guy looks to him and says, maybe he could do with a friendly face.
Wait, didn't
That might jog his memory.
didn't this boy say
Absolutely.
something about looking for the speaker, or a demented person?
Yep, he said that he nearly died trying to find the speaker. He got separated during a blizzard, and the search party found the speaker, but didn't find Hawawa. And if he hadn't found the black ice, he too would have succumbed to the cold.
Oh, I've got an idea. Maybe the
They
speaker needs
say-
a representative.
They say, all right, please just have some patience with him. Age has addled his mind. Come in. They do open the door, and they watch you carefully as you enter into this old, very old kind of decorated house. This is filled with dwarven paraphernalia. You can see shields and stone carvings, and kind of reminiscent of the Dwarven Valley, actually, as it happens. But laid up in a bed, you see the speaker kind of staring off with vacant eyes. But he looks calm. He looks still. But kind of looks at you as you will enter. Doesn't seem to make any flinch or remark. And yeah, the lot of you are kind of almost standing around his bedside. This is a shield dwarf, and he looks incredibly old, and yeah, his beard is all gone to grey. His eyebrows are out of control, kind of wispy white.
Does he seem like responsive if we talk to him, or does he seem like just asleep or unconscious?
He hasn't said anything yet, but you can talk to him if you want.
Okay. Hello, speaker. We heard you need some friends. You are having struggles.
He sort of mumbles under his breath. Anyone speak here, Dwarven?
Yes.
Okay. He definitely says the word friend in Dwarven amongst the mumbling. But nothing else.
Do you want to say something to him in Dwarven, Tracker? He's responsive to
What
that.
you want me to tell him?
We're here to help.
Yeah, I'll relay that. We are here to help in Dwarven.
No. Each none looks up at you, and his eyes kind of blink for the first time. You think what might be days, who knows? But he kind of like winces, and his wrinkly eyes kind of pierce you for a moment. Huh? And you're wearing the belt, aren't you? I just realized.
The helmet, yep.
Oh, the helmet. Yeah, the helmet. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's not a belt of Dwarven kind. It's the helmet of Dwarven kind.
But it's the helmet, which perfect is actually better in this case because it kind of covers up your fluffy ears and such. But there's a moment where it looks like he's about to dismiss you, like as if he doesn't recognize you. But then, as his kind of eyes like wince closer, you see he like recognizes the helmet, and his eyes widen. It kind of leans forward and almost kind of brings his arm forward for like a warrior's like handshake.
Yeah.
The soldiers next to him, the guards, they look a little bit concerned. Like they're like, Speaker, you shouldn't be getting up. Like brushes their hands away, and yeah, you respond and give him the kind of like a warrior's handshake. It's a firm grip, even for an old man in his age. He's like still got some strength in his muscles, not fully atrophied.
That's.
I mean,
good.
hell, he
That's
survived
good.
walking out. And he says, "What can I do for you?"
There is a meeting in the east. People are expecting you. Can you join them?
Ah, God, that's there. He says, let them squabble. I have no need for their arguments.
But they need your insight.
He's listening.
Oh no.
About what?
Oh wait, was it in Dwarven or in Common?
In Dwarven.
There is confusion regarding the sacrifices to Oral. Some say continue, some say stop. They will be in a tie. You can break the tie.
He thinks for a moment. You actually don't know this guy's opinion on the sacrifices yet, necessarily. You can't just assume that everyone wants to end those sacrifices. But nonetheless, you can give me a persuasion check.
Straight?
You've got advantage because you have advantage with dwarves. Thanks to the Helm of Dwarvenkind. And what'd you get there?
It's only an 8.
Only an 8? Okay. Don't think that's a success unless you have.
It's probably not a success.
Else.
There is also an issue with the Dogger that are stealing materials from the towns.
Durga. Yeah. Kind of grumbles again. My old enemy.
Does that pique his interest?
He thinks for a long moment. Yeah, I've got some art for him. This guy. For some reason your persuasion check didn't come up in the chat. I must have missed it. But yeah, you say you just got an 8, yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm. And what are they doing about it? Hmm?
The towns,
Nothing, I bet.
they are doing
Nothing.
nothing.
Oh, God. Oh. Of course they are. You can roll another persuasion check. This might actually appeal to him instead. Again, with advantage.
That's a 14.
Hmm. Durgar are up to no good. Gonna have to do something about it. Ugh. Ugh. And he starts pulling off the blankets and heavy furs. Get me my armor, he says to the guards. And they look at him like a bit shocked, like, armor? And then maybe not even aware that he had armor. But he kind of gestures towards the walls where there are literally like shields and coats of arms laden on hooks. And they kind of like look at each other and shrug, like, okay, let's get it. And they start lifting off like helmets and shields and handing them to him. All right, Easthaven, you say?
Thank you. Yes.
Get me my goat.
Oh no.
The guards look at each other again, like. He had a goat at one point, but it died of old age, I think. And then, of course, people were hungry.
You don't have a mount for your speaker?
Not anymore, no.
Then make sure he can
Where's my damn goat?
Get him one then.
Yes, right away. They start looking at each other like, where did we get a goat from? They mean not just a normal regular goat, like a manny goat. We're talking like we're talking like a dwarven war-bred goat. But nonetheless, I'm sure that's their problem to deal with at some point.
Yeah, we did our work.
You did your work at least. And yeah, you see him donning his armor, and he looks back at you, Tracker, and says, I'll see you at the front line then, right?
We will.
Good. Right. Yeah, you see him starting to get ready. What looks to be for battle, as if he's going to go fight the Duragar himself. But I think the meeting comes first. You know that much, at least.
Is that our job done already?
Right.
That should be our job done.
It's not.
Hey, we were told to bring this to inform the speaker, make sure he gets there. As far as I'm concerned,
would any kind of healing bring some more life into this guy, or is it just succumbed? And
a bit of column A, column B.
Yeah, you do look. It does look like he's probably recovering from some levels of exhaustion. A lesser restoration might pep him up, I would say, because they're making sure that he's kept in bed. That's all right. Don't worry then.
Oh.
It does look as though Tracker's done a good job of compelling him to move because of these Duragar.
I mean, there's two major issues.
Says,
one of them is the killer and the sacrifices. If that doesn't move him, the Duragar will, probably. Thank God it did.
Right. Well, for now, it's not a problem.
Job done.
I kind of did miss an opportunity though to have him literally walking out in the middle of the middle of the ice fires. He could have. There's a chance that he could be out on one of his excursions and be missing, and that you'd have to go and find him. But he's here. It seems, thankfully. Mm-hmm.
Wait.
That would have given you a reason to go out into the river, onto the lake as well, see if you could find him.
Yeah.
But
speaking of the lake,
Yeah.
Can we use a boat to get from Bremen to Targos? Or is that part frozen over?
You would be walking across frozen ice floes.
Never mind then.
Mm-hmm. Right, so... this is everything you wanted to do in Bremen, I think, unless you want to stop in with Hiln Trollbane. He's the bounty hunter that the cold-hearted... He's put a bounty on the cold-hearted killer.
Oh, if we
Alright,
go
and
there,
you've learned some additional information.
we can tell them that the killer is probably going to East Haven or near East Haven, and we can meet them there.
Mm-hmm. Well, you'll probably get there before she does. Not to mention, she hired people. She's not hunting them herself.
Yeah, but the speakers also want him.
Uh-huh.
So
They do.
either we bring him to her, or we bring him to the speaker.
Sounds like you want to talk to her. All right.
Yeah.
You head into the Five Tavern Center, and you've quickly located the dwarf that you've been told about. There's a thick set of white braids held back with kind of brass and bronze clasps. And she seems to be smoking a pipe, and she's got a large ale sat in front of her. And she looks like she's seen some battles in her time. You can see scars kind of across her face, and yeah, she's got like trophies sort of adorning the side of her belt, bits of bone and other things. And she looks at you and says, "Can I help you?"
We've been told you are having a bounty on the cold-hearted killer.
Aye. Who told you that? And blows smoke in your face.
Would it matter?
It would.
So you don't want help?
Never mind then.
What, are you gonna stick up your ass? You can't tell me who told you.
I mean, these fine people told me. But that doesn't
And who
mean
told
much
them?
to you. I don't know.
You do, because they told you.
I mean, I don't
Otherwise,
know.
you wouldn't have
Oh,
known
wait.
about it in the first place.
Oh wait, I do.
Otherwise, how would you know about Hiln in the first place? They would have at least told you.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna sit around here all day? Or are you gonna tell me? How did you get that information?
Some other group that are looking for him.
He then smiles and says, "All right, have a seat." He gets another round of ales in.
Anyway,
So,
apparently
I was just worried you were sent by the authorities. That Sheriff Oswell or whatever his name is on my ass.
Oh, that might be an issue.
What? Why is that?
Okay.
Huh?
The thing is, the killer is most likely going to East Haven,
Mm-hmm.
but the sheriff also wants them.
And how much did they offer you?
At this point, did they offer them something? Probably not.
Did they or didn't they?
I believe. Did they? I believe they didn't. At this point, they didn't offer us anything.
All right. Sounds like you have an easy choice then. I'll pay you 100 gold pieces if you can apprehend them. You have to ascertain his guilt first and deal with him. But I don't want the authorities involved. When the job's done, when you return to me, you can collect your money.
We've never been a fan of authorities. They always seem to just want to complicate stuff and not solve problems.
Guys.
Okay,
Exactly.
to make this clear, do you want him alive or dead, or does it not matter to you?
Preferably dead. We can
Guys,
skip the whole bureaucratic junk.
I'm sorry to
We
interrupt.
can skip the
but
trial.
It's important. Sorry, guys. I have an emergency. I have to leave. I'm really
Oh,
Okay,
just got
Oh.
a phone call. I have to dip out early today.
Yeah.
My
No problem.
that's
hey,
fine.
good luck.
Okay.
Bye
I
bye.
hope it's okay.
Yeah. Godspeed. All right.
Yeah, where were we?
Okay, they wanted
That's a
him
shame.
dead.
Yeah, they seem to be in
skip,
agreement with you,
yeah.
Roki. They don't want to have to deal with bureaucratic nonsense, trials, and all that crap. She's very to the point. She's very like, here's 100 gold, kill him,
Mhm.
and that gold's yours. Like, she doesn't want to have to deal with authority either. Probably for the same reasons you guys don't. There's too much like hoops and crap you have to deal with. She says, "What have you learnt? Anything?"
You know about the lottery in the big towns.
Hmm. See.
Guess what?
Hmm?
People cheat.
And this killer's found out, haven't they?
Yep.
Hmm. She smokes a pipe, takes a big inhale. Huh. Well, now we have a motive. Interesting.
Which
She
is
says,
why we need to
I
hurry
fig-
to East Haven.
I figured out they were going between town to town. But, didn't know it was something to do with that. Interesting.
The sheriff actually helped us with that part.
Oh, he is good for something then. Well. They must think they're doing some sort of... They might think they're doing the Frostmaiden's work then.
Divine intervention is what they call it, right?
Oh. Well. In that case, how about some vigilante intervention? Gives you a wink.
Mm.
Sounds like you're already hot on the trail. I'm too old to be keeping up with him, but I'm happy to see another murderer brought to heel. So, when your job's done, you can return to me and collect your money. And she sits down a big sack of gold on the table. 100 gold.
Are you looking for any particular proof? It's gonna be an issue bringing a
We'll-
body all the way through the towns.
I'll know if he's dead or not. The murders will have stopped the next month. And if you cheat me, well, probably not wise to upset a bounty hunter. Let's put it that way.
I'd say we have no intention of cheating you or stealing. We will do our best, and you can trust us.
Perfect. All right. Feel free to finish your drinks, and then be off with you.
Perfect.
All right. There you go. And
Mhm.
all right, I think you're done in Bremen, unless you wish to go back out to the lake and truly investigate this lake monster.
much-
Otherwise, as you said, you can always come back if you want, but it's not. It doesn't seem as time sensitive. Although Bremen is starving to death, that's for sure.
Can the cauldron wait?
Cauldron can wait a short time, but
Yeah.
we would like to have it back before the speakers meeting.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we go find
There
this
is one
creature
thing we
at the ice
can
lake and then to the
try.
cauldron?
Get to the lakes,
Can we
you
go?
say?
Can we go to the lake to find this creature and then do the cauldron? Have we got time for that?
Maybe,
I think it'd be
depending
worth
on how long it takes to find the creature.
maybe worth just even giving it a quick look. It might be something that happens quite quickly. You know, we might pick up a track quickly or something. We're here, and we can kind of put a time limit on it and say, yeah, if it doesn't,
If it
we
doesn't
don't
appear
pick up
within
a
the
lead,
next 2 hours, we can skip it and
yeah, we
get
can
back
throw
later.
we can throw Stef into the water or something and see if it use him as bait. Just so he feels included in the plan. So yeah, I mean,
if the creature is related to the moose incident, we might even be able to ask them to help us get to Tarkus quickly.
ride on them like Avatar. That's amazing. Yeah, I think we should.
Okay, you're gonna give it a quick look.
Yeah, Roland's like, if this is something we can address quickly and allow food to come back into this town, then it would be wrong of us to walk away.
You know, it'd be really funny if we stole a boat from the guy just offering to let us use the boats anyway. Like, we could just go ask him, or we can steal one, and then he'll have no idea where it went.
I wouldn't really want to be part of stealing a boat, but
I mean, you met the guy. He wanted to lead us into our death for some fish.
Well, that doesn't mean I will want to turn back on my own vows just because he's a rascal.
Okay, let's go do everything the kind way. Let's go speak
You head
to
back
this
to
guy
Grinks.
and fishing for him.
Yes, sure. He says, you're back. Change of heart. Good on ya.
What's about?
These fellas, this town needs feeding. You'll be doing them a great service. So, I think we agreed upon a price, wasn't it?
Yeah, we'll stop that monster killing all your fishermen. That's the price. Give us a vote.
He raises an eyebrow.
We'll be on our way.
Oh, right away. Here you go.
And if we did come back with fish, they're not going to be cheap fish.
Oh, he says, there's actually a price in here. You're going to be insulted, though. He says, the agreed upon price for the other fishermen is 5 copper per trout.
Oh, wow, weird. Turns out we're not going to come back with fish.
But that's what we need to survive.
Well,
We can help you clear the lake, make sure its fishing is safe-ish.
Oh, well, yeah, I can't put a price on that. You're right.
In fact, it may be that you would like to assist us in our work and come with us and sail the boat.
Oh, no.
if we do this,
No.
you
I'm
make
way
sure
too bloody old.
everyone in this town knows who dealt with the monster, especially the fishermen, especially the people preparing food. It's very important that all of them know it was us. So when we come back, we can play that card to get, to be on everyone's good side.
Yes, absolutely. I won't be muffling my words when I sing your praises in the
Perfect.
taverns.
Anyone got any objections, or shall we head out?
Just one thing. I wonder if there is anyone with a little bit of boating experience that might be able to take us out. I myself, if it was a horse and carriage, would be very, very fine to do it. But a boat, I haven't got a bloody clue.
That's fairly simple. It's just a rowboat. You're not having to work with like big old sails or anything like that. Plus, the lake is rather still in this time of night. You won't have to contend with any waves or anything like that. Just watch out for the ice floes. Just try and navigate around them. Stay clear of any icebergs as well.
Okay. All right. Good to
All
go.
right, best of luck to you. He sets 3 sets of fishing tackle into each boat, and one of the boats is clearly damaged more than the other one. Are you taking both boats? Did they have 2? So
Yeah, I guess we can put ourselves
Just
into
have
boats.
a spare boat.
They're small.
While we're on the water,
mm-hmm.
Roki, would you mind trying to repair one of them if we're not doing anything?
Oh.
Mending?
Let me read the description of mending. The spell repairs a single break or tear in an object you touch, such as broken chain links, 2 half of a broken key, a torn cloak, or a leaking wineskin. As long as the break or tear is no longer than 1 foot in any dimension, you mend it. Is that something that applies to any of the damage on this boat?
So I will say this: there is already some damage on it. You would need the other pieces of the boat to mend it. But I will say this: if it does get further damaged, then the pieces, if they're still floating around in the water, then you could mend those. But the damage that the boat has already sustained, you would need supplies. You would need you would need to just fully repair it. But if it takes further damage, then yes.
Okay. If we have more trouble, I can help, but for now, the boat is as damaged as it is.
Exactly.
Also, as we're going on the water, can I blow my horn to make some noise and attract the creature's attention?
You really want to make a ruckus and try to get this thing out, yeah?
We want to get it as fast as possible, right? Or we can fish if that's what you want to do.
We could go for look for the creature and fish at the same time. I'm not going to sell that guy any fish, but we might find a golden knucklehead.
Okay. A golden knucklehead, yeah.
Yeah.
How does that work, fishing?
How does that work? What do you mean? How does fishing work?
Yeah.
Well, you haven't even gotten to the lake yet. So it's a 2-hour, probably 2 hours, just trekking out into the ice, just to try and locate a ice. Yeah, because it's a frozen lake. You literally have to drag the entire boat the entire way. And whilst that's going, the weather is actually pretty bad. Because you remember it's still a blizzard for 9 hours technically. The lake is getting heavily pelted with snow, and with a whiteout, it becomes actually even harder to navigate.
Hey, those 2d6.
I think it took.
Is that the new weather?
It will be once the blizzard is up, but that's why I'm rolling it, just to make sure that you're either trying to wait it out for a bit or going out onto the snow into the blizzard to waste no time. Up to you guys.
I would be vouching to go now because we don't really have that much time to spare.
Okay. Let's
go. All right. Not wasting any time then. You will go out into the blizzard across the frozen lake.
Especially if it's a 2-hour journey.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be a long while into the Yeah, it took you 2 hours from Targos to Bremen, so it makes sense that this would be 2 hours trekking into the ice floes. So I'm going to request another couple of frost saves from everyone, just to.
DC 15, right?
20.
It is, yeah.
Then
Cool.
I don't need to make those
24.
All right.
because I have a plus
if you will-
15 on my frost save. Haha.
Okay. Cool. Just barely scraping through with Sir Roland. I'll roll one for Stef as well. Steph just making it, and I rolled a second one as well. That one, Jesus. Okay, so Steph's getting a level of exhaustion. The others, you can roll your second save.
I already rolled both.
Okay, perfect. You're good then.
I've rolled both as well.
Oh, you done it. Sweet. All right,
Yes.
no worries. Okay, so
Sorry
only
if I
Steph
jumped
is.
in.
No, that's all right. You're good. Steph's the only one really feeling the cold, it seems, in this second hour. There's no protection from the wind. It just shears across the flat plains of ice. And occasionally there are kind of cracks in the ice floes, which kind of give you a sense of unnerving. If you were to fall in this and your cold weather clothing gets wet, you would probably die within a matter of minutes. It's that bad. Hypothermia is no joke. Snorp says, oh yeah, we used to use little shores and we'd like shore into the ice instead of like going all the way out into the lake, but I guess you don't have any of those.
Can't
Now
we
you're
just
jealous.
crush the ice? And I'll fashion my
Crush it.
Morning Star.
Well, you do that and all the fish will swim away.
What else do I have?
You know nothing about fishing.
We're not really fish. We're really wanting to use ourselves as boat bait, though, aren't we?
Oh yeah, you don't care about the fishing. But Snorp's like, but fish. Fish is great. We should eat. We get something in our bellies.
Yeah, but I can think of better things to do with the weather like this. If you really want a fish, we'll buy you 10.
Oh, that sounds good. Okay, well, he keeps his mouth shut for the time being. You're letting out a horn, right? And you do finally locate the ice floes, and you begin to sail out off of them. Can you make me a survival check with disadvantage, Tracker?
Because of the
So I think-
snow?
Yes, the blizzard is a whiteout. Makes it incredibly
I
difficult.
have snow goggles. They say they negate disadvantage because of snow.
Roll flat then. Oh Jesus. Oh, well, immediately the boats begin bumping and scraping into ice floes. It's like it becomes apparent that it's probably the further you get out onto the lake, the less ice floes there are. But where you're kind of setting off, there's just a maze of these angular pieces of ice just jutting and threatening to capsize you. Some of the boats do sustain some damage. Fact.
Oh no. Oh no.
Mm-hmm. I'm just going to check that's correct amount of damage. We'll go with that anyway for the time being. Yeah, 8 points of bludgeoning damage is dealt to the front of the boat. It kind of smashes up. And, oh wait, no, it's 3d6. Jeez. Plus, there's a lot. There's a lot of damage sustained on the boats. Roki, you said you wanted to try and make sure the boats could maintain itself.
Yeah. Could try some mending after seeing the damage, I guess.
So with mending, I believe you get to roll like a d4. It's not crazy amount, but it's something to weather the storm here. So, yeah, chips of the wood that kind of land onto the boat and don't just float away, you're able to kind of pick up, cast mending, and it sort of repairs some of the hull, so that you're not just leaking and just any holes that like start taking on water, you can potentially patch up and mend. The front of the boat will be like cracked up as though, however. And that's both to take that. They've got a total of like 30, I think.
it's a
HP.
cantrip, so I can just keep using it as long as
Yeah,
we're
it
not
does
in
take
Sure.
minutes. Oh, it's only
Mhm.
minutes.
So,
What, the cantrip?
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that's not too bad actually. A minute, of course, you will be like sailing by, but yeah, you're slowly trying to repair any patches that you've got pieces for. Because I'm just saying, like, you need the pieces of the actual wood, which like got smashed up. So the bits that land onto the boat are the pieces you're picking up and like fitting back into place, basically.
Mm.
Okay. Well, you're making a load of noise, and after a while, you start to see another set of, like, there is a sail that seems to be sporting the Targos flag, and they begin approaching you.
Pirates.
And if they get if they get close enough, they say, What's all the noise? You need assistance?
No, we're
We
fishing.
can haul you into fishing. Sounded like you was doing a war cry.
Yeah, we're fishing for something
Sounds like you were
with
going
a
to
special
battle.
bait. Don't worry.
They look at each other confused. Shoot yourselves. Just keep the noise down. You're scaring the fish away. And they try to turn the boat and they start to sail away again. So Roland, you can roll me a d20 as well.
Yes, I can.
Snorp is anyone fishing? Because Snorp is absolutely trying.
I figure
busy
I'm
mending.
rowing the boats.
You're getting a mend, you're rowing. Okay. So Roland? Snorp hands you a fishing line.
Yeah.
You don't seem... Snorp's getting nothing by the looks, unfortunately. Yeah, grumbling to himself. You're noisy. With a 4, the lake is still and quiet for the next hour, which is usually a fine spot for fishing. So I'm going to actually roll again for Snorp. Nothing. Not even a wriggle. This lake sucks. However, I also need to check the weather. Yeah, the blizzard is still going, isn't it? So another frost save from everyone. And this time it's DC 20.
Okay.
Oh, that's nasty. Sitting still in the cold is the worst way it feels to battle it. It's just trying to like stay wrapped up warm, but the chill across the lake is just creeping up you, Sir Roland.
Can I share some
And
of my
Roki
warmth
as
with other
well?
people? Being big and fluffy and
No.
having a plus 9 above the check.
No. Sorry, but no. If you had something else, if you maybe had like a big axe beak, sure, but you're not large enough to provide heat to them.
It'd be too late to bless everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it would. And it's too late for Faith to be around as well.
Yeah.
So I'm afraid that's Roki and Roland getting 1 level of exhaustion as you sit, freezing your extremities off here in the middle of this frozen lake. Roki, you can roll me a d20 as well. And actually, at this point, because you're making noise, we're actually going to say roll 2 d20s and pick the highest.
Perfect. 19!
You did it.
19.
Well, there you go. Perfect. Okay.
I forgot what I'm rolling
So-
for.
I was gonna say if we don't make it this round, then we definitely need to go back because it's too
Yep.
cold.
Yeah.
This is a d20 for the lake events. Depends what can happen. with a 10 as well. But the cold wind that's kind of blowing across the lake for the next hour. The lake's normally still waters suddenly become a little bit more choppy. It's almost like something is causing waves in the water. And then there's this fog that kind of rolls in as well. And let's bring you
It's
to a
shame
map.
Stef
Actually.
isn't here.
Why do you say that?
This might be the moment where Stef can try to reach out to the creature.
Oh?
With telekinesis.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
Telepathy, I mean telepathy.
telepathy.
You might recognize this map. I used this a while back, but you're in two separate boats. You can position yourselves in whichever boat you'd like. I'm gonna say that whichever one Roland's in snorts with you.
Juniper isn't here. Juniper's in Targos. Juniper is safe.
We'll do something like this, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So after this mist kind of rolls in, heavily obscuring your vision here, there are some lights around because I would assume some of you have like torches and stuff. There's like a little lantern on the boat.
Do we need torches?
Some of you do, yeah. Unless you're using Eyes of the Night.
Oh, Roland needs.
Yeah. Oh, wrong thing.
Ooh, Lord.
Ignore that.
All right. Eyes of the Night. Okay, well, that'll give you enough vision to see the whole map, basically. So I'll just go ahead and say no token vision. Ta-da. There we go.
Roki.
Is this gridded?
It is.
Deal. Go. Be gone. We don't deal with grids. Cool. This mist rolls in. This fog doesn't feel unnatural or anything, but it's suddenly the waves that accompany it that feel a little bit out of place. You were informed that the lake was supposed to be perfectly still, and when there's a low-hanging fog, it usually means there's not a wind to dissipate it. Usually means there's a lack of wind, and yet to suddenly feel waves against the boat, slowly rocking it, something must be moving around in the water. And Snorp turns around, like, "Hey, stop rocking your boat! I'm trying to fish here."
We're not the ones rocking the boat.
Yeah, it's funny, Roki. Yeah. Something's coming to kill us. Am I gonna see fins in the water next? Don't scare me like that.
Hey, what's that over there?
Huh? Why? Where? He's panicking as he looks around. But as he is, you might as well all make me perception checks anyway.
Wait. Oh, I didn't roll. My dice are broken.
The dice are broken. What?
Yeah. I keep rolling low.
Oh, I see. Right. I was worried you actually meant something was wrong in the game. 7, 6, 4. These are really rough. Not gonna lie, guys. I don't think anyone sees what's happening. Just kind of the waves are the hallmark that something's nearby. But we get Roki's roll as well.
Perception. Sorry.
Yeah, please.
I swear I go blind when I'm trying to look for stuff on my sheet.
You are. It looks like you are blind in this instance. You're just trying to peer past the fog. There's nothing out there.
We're looking at the sky.
None of it.
Guys, is that the ground? Why does it look like a cloud?
Amazing. All right, let's roll for which boat this is. Odds is okay. Like is this one. All right. I need Roki and Sir Roland to roll me a strength athletics check as suddenly the boat begins to rock heavily, not just from side to side, but like leans up and nearly over. Holy shit, is that 2 nat ones in a row? Fuck. This is gonna be cold.
Can I use?
Apparently, I'm just confused today.
How does inspiration work again?
Are
You get to
inspired?
use it to re-roll one of your d20 checks. So it could be anything d20 related, but
I'm gonna re-roll.
you can only
that.
use it on your. You're going to re-roll yours for a 15.
Oh, how did I get a 15?
Because
Yeah,
you're
that's fine.
strong. You rolled a 12.
It's me that rolled a
My
one.
dice animation stopped on a 1.
Oh,
that was
my
Roki's,
one.
I
That
think.
might have been Roki's.
Yeah, we rolled at the same time.
Right, okay. Woo-hoo. Right, no, I'll keep my inspiration.
You're good, yeah. Roki, however, as you're stabilizing yourself, grabbing the both edges of the boat, Roki's kind of like peering out, like squinting, trying to see something. Maybe he sees like a penguin on an ice floe or something, and then suddenly, wham! The boat suddenly rocks, and immediately you feel you're losing your sense of balance, and Roki, you fall into the water with a heavy splash. And I need you to roll me your choice with this, either a wisdom saving throw or a constitution saving throw. Because this is cold shock. And so you can choose to overcome it with your mind or body. Holy
Apparently,
fuck, this is bad.
I'm seeing Manny right now, guys. Manny?
Yeah.
And you in
Is
here?
that you?
This isn't bad. So you are stunned. That's what this does. Stunned, you can't take actions, you just lose your go as the cold shock rushes through every kind of inch of your skin. It feels like the armor has done nothing to keep you wet proof. And you begin effectively drowning as well as a result of that. You're wearing heavy armor, you start falling down into the water. So Roland, you see this as well, and whatever just rocked the boat, you can see this large kind of bulge in the water that's like pushing up against it. And what else do you see?
Okay, hang on. If I can see it, then does my interception reaction come into play, which I didn't think I could even suggest because I hadn't seen it up until now.
That's true, yeah. It kind of caught you off by surprise, so technically you didn't have a reaction in this first round, we'll say.
Okay.
But you know what? We'll jump into initiative now, because I think things are going to go down turn by turn.
All right.
But yeah, effectively it got surprise round because you all failed your perception checks.
Okay.
Quickly roll for Stef here. Okay,
do I get a normal one, or do I get disadvantage for being in the middle of drowning?
This was before you got knocked in, technically.
Okay.
Yeah, but don't worry. Well, so this is how it would go. Roki, you're stunned this turn. Snort would have an action. He's just panicking and looking for something to like throw to you. He like chucks one of the fishing nets out. Yeah, grab on! And just there's a net now, kind of like dangling off the side of the boat. Tracker, you see the other boat nearly capsize, but Roland is able to kind of like quickly stabilize it and offset the balance.
How far is it to the other boat? Can I move the other boat right next to it?
Yeah, you could. So you could just say that you move up to like here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I'd also take off my snow clothing and fur-lined stuff and prepare to jump after Roki. Because I probably can't do both.
Yeah. It would definitely be an action to like doff your cold weather clothing. Okay, but you can do that. Okay. Let's go to Stef. Stef is what can Stef do here?
Can we shout to other characters before our turn comes up in initiative?
Yeah, you can. You can say, as long as it's like a brief, short sentence, you can
Right.
say something.
So I'm going to shout to Steph, use your magic disc. Get him out of that bloody water.
Okay. Yeah, you can cast it as an action, I believe. Let me check.
Yeah.
Yes, Tensor's floating disc is an action. Oh, he hasn't got it prepared. Son of a bitch. He's got it as a ritual, but he hasn't got it prepared. That's annoying. But he says, "Oh, that'll take 10 minutes."
Roki, can you tread water for 10 minutes?
Yeah, sure. Also, I've just noticed something weird about your stream. The only quality option is 1440p, 60 FPS.
Rip.
That is so unnecessary for D&D.
It is, right?
You're just costing Twitch extra money for no reason.
Oops.
Oops.
Oh, well, it's alright. No one's gonna be too mad, I'm sure.
Oh, it's fine.
But anyway.
It doesn't really scale up until there's a lot of viewers, and then it becomes expensive.
Yeah, exactly. We have like a total of what? 1 viewer. Hey, hi in the chat.
Yeah, that's me.
Anyway.
And the other one is a bot.
Hi, Zay.
Hello.
Hey, Zay. How you doing? You're our number 1 viewer?
Uh-huh.
You enjoying the stream?
I watch all your streams. I love it.
Oh, that's so kind of you. Oh, amazing.
Oh, wait, we have another
so
viewer.
yes.
Anyway, sorry about the distraction.
Oh yeah, so Roki's drowning.
Anyway,
Stef is a little bit caught off guard. The best he can
I'm
offer you is a jump in
hallucinating.
these trying times.
I'm seeing Manny in some
I don't-
website called Twitch.
Oh shit. He's just gonna hold a fireball until he sees a creature. That's the best I can do for him. And also, he will attempt to speak out. I know you offered this idea earlier.
Mhm.
He will attempt to speak out using the psionic crystal, and say something like, "Hey, wait! We're a friend of the White Moose." Maybe that'll be
Mhm.
his first thing to say. So, Roland, it is now your go.
Did you say Roki's completely stunned?
Yes. So if you fail the save when you hit cold water, you're stunned.
Right.
Is that stunned for a turn or until he gets out
It
of
is
the water?
stunned it's until he gets a save.
Right.
Until he overcomes it, then he becomes immune.
Okay. And what's Steph's familiar called again?
Chibbles?
Chibbles.
Chibbles. Does it understand? What I want to do is either get Chibbles or Snorp to jump onto the end of my spear, and then we'll fish Roki out of the water. So like they would hold the spear and hold Roki and pull it across. Maybe Chibbles is too small for that. I don't think Roki
Chibbles
can
can-
grab my spear. Or can I just
There's a
move?
net in the water. I'll tell you what, if you want, Chibbles could wrap the net over Roki. He wouldn't be able to lift them, but all he needs to do is get Roki in the net, right? So he just
and
pulls the
then
net over Roki, basically.
Yeah, and then I'll pull him closer to the boat and hopefully pull him in the boat.
You can do that.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, absolutely. Give me another athletics check then.
Right. I've been on the protein shakes, Roki. Nat 20 coming up. Yeah.
Good enough.
Ooh. A 9 is not good enough. The 9 means you would normally be able to lift Roki up, no problem. But when
Give
he's
him guidance.
soaking wet, you're stunned, so no, I'm afraid not.
Damn it.
But he's completely sodden, and that makes him so much heavier. And the angle as well at which you're trying to like pull him closer is just awkward. You haven't got the leverage. So you're kind of fishing around. You're like bringing him closer to the boat, but you can't get him out of the water on this turn, I'm
Okay.
afraid.
Okay.
Do you have guidance?
We
No.
know. I don't.
Paladins don't get cantrips.
No.
They can get cantrips.
If I took Blessed Warrior, I could get it,
Mhm.
but I didn't.
Okay.
Because
Don't
when
think you
would
wanna
that
do as a
ever come
bonus
in
action?
handy? Slap Roki in the face, kind of like not enough to like knock his teeth out, and then like, wake up, man, wake up.
Roki, you feel a freezing numbness to your face, but there's enough feeling in there that you do feel a quick slap. But we can say at the end of your turn now to roll another wisdom or constitution. Your choice. Saving
my
throw.
wisdom's 17 and my constitution's 14, so let's go wisdom again. What's the worst that can happen?
Oh my god, you rolled the same thing? What the fuck? The dice
didn't
hate you, man.
Didn't
1
you roll
1
one
3
the
3.
previous-
Yeah,
You hear
he's rolled 1 1
bubbling.
3 3 so far.
You hear
Oh.
bubbling,
Uh,
and when like the bubbles pop up, there's a giggle sound coming out of them. I don't sound like I'm
Oh
suffering.
god.
Oh no. What are
Jeez.
you?
The cold is too much. It's shocked his entire system. He's froze up, unable to move. Snort sees this is also happening, and all I will say that is that they can do is give you the assistance, Roland.
Yeah.
They're gonna heave, howl, and they start dragging the lion, trying to pull him up. So he will give you advantage on the next check.
Okay.
However, we have the beast of Bremen somewhere in the water. You can see its ripples, just to denote that you know it's there, but you just can't see it. I'm going to roll a d6 to see what it does. It has a behavioral chart table. Oh shit. The boat. It's going for the boat again. Rather than capsize it, this is where you see this long, slender, and scaly neck begin to rise up out of the water. A massive pair of jaws open, and you see razor-sharp teeth snap and clamp onto the side of the boat, and takes a massive chunk out of it. Here you go. You can see the lake monster in its full glory.
It looks like
It is
Stef.
indeed. It looks like Stef.
If it's your cousin, talk to it, man.
Can I try to give it a
Uh,
hug?
Oh god.
I'm kidding. I don't think it's my turn anyway. I just did my turn.
Okay, let me bite into this thing. That's a hit. Gonna do a massive 14 points of piercing damage to an already damaged boat as well. And Roland, you see where the front kind of rocks and cracks open, you see a part of the gunwale has just broken apart and starts taking on water. And the boat slowly lists forwards. After that, it will... I guess you've got your hands full at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
I do.
So it'll just go back under the water, and that's it.
Fucking.
It just submerges itself.
Can I
But you can see
shout
where
out
it's
something
going.
to
It's
it
not
before
hidden.
it jumps down?
Yeah, what do you want to shout?
And can I speak Druidic? Is that a vocal? Can it be vocal?
It can be vocal.
Can I call out to it, us friends, forest?
What did you say? Our friend Forest.
No, us, as in we, friends
Yeah.
of the forest. Before it jumps, goes underwater.
So you're just saying we're friends of the forest? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. You can roll me a persuasion check with disadvantage. And
I'm great at those.
I will
Persuasion, you
gonna
say?
do the same. I'm doing the same for Stef as well because he did a try earlier. It doesn't seem to. It doesn't seem to let up any signs, it continues to harass the boat, rocking it, smashing into it, and biting chunks.
What is
Track, you
Roki's
do
state
have
again?
What is Roki's
state?
state?
He is stunned. He's in the
He is
water.
stunned. And he's technically suffocating because he's stunned. But he has 3 rounds.
3 in 1.
Can I? How long would it take with the current state for Roland to get him on the boat?
You reckon Roland's probably got him in the next turn? Looks like Snorp's about to help. But you can do it now instead if you want. Yes?
Because
I
I
want to leave
want
it to Roland.
I want to make sure he gets up. Can I get him up without jumping in the water, or do I need to jump in the water?
Well, the net is on this boat here with Snorp and Roland, and they're using their spear to get a hold of the net and pull on that, which is entangled up Roki. You would need something else on your boat, or you could try to jump across to their boat and help them on that side. But
well, Snorp's already given me the help action, and I figure if I fail the next roll, I'm just going to use my inspiration. So we just need to get him out of the water.
That's too far to jump. I really want to make sure the Roki gets out of the water. So if I fail, at least Roland has another chance. If Roland would fail, then we need to wait another round. Is there some way I can make the jump? Because it's technically too far for me.
You can maneuver the boat a bit on your turn.
Then I will try that.
You want to get closer?
Yeah, and then I try to get Roki up.
Roll me an athletics check.
You know what? I will rage and do this.
Yeah, okay. You have advantage.
Which I needed.
That's going to be more than enough. Yep. So, Tracker brings around the boat, jumps off across, landing onto onto the front. It's heavy on the front, and it's leaning down into the water, taking on water. But Roki is out of the danger zone. Okay. You are no longer stunned, Roki. But your cold weather clothing offers you 0 protection against the cold right now.
Oh yeah, speaking of, I took those
every
off.
Minute, rather than every hour getting a frost save, it's going to be every minute.
That's fair.
You need spare clothes instantly. No, you don't need to do it right now, but it's Stef's go. Continuing to try and convince this creature that you mean no harm is not going well, especially with the character with 3 charisma. So Stef is just gonna say, "What are we doing? This thing's gonna bring us down." The best he can do is just assist someone in a persuasion check, so that you have more of an even chance. So he's just going to use the Psionic Crystal again and again,
Can Roki relay the message to Stef to tell him what to say? So Roki makes a check.
No, he's more assisting you guys by giving the psychic message in the first place. But
yeah, that's what I meant. If
Well,
Roki
it doesn't
gives
matter.
a
That's what I'm
message to
saying.
Stef, Yeah.
It doesn't matter who's using the message. It doesn't matter who's telling it. I'll tell you why. Because this creature seemed like it understood you, Tracker, and it seems to know what's going on. It's clearly intelligent, much like the moose.
All right.
Okay, Roland. Oh yeah, it is now.
Okay, so if Roki is up and safe, I guess would I need to hold an action to speak when it appears next?
If you'd like to do that, yeah, so you can get it like talking a real face to face. Yes.
Yeah. When it appears, I want to tell it. We're friends of the. I didn't fully pick up what this moose thing was, but if I was to say something like "we're friends of the moose," is that like?
That's what Stef's tried to say psionically. It didn't seem to have an effect.
Okay.
You can think of a different way of wording it. But right now, it's refusing to listen by the sounds.
Okay, I was just going to say, we'll stop or we'll kill you. But if you stop, we'll feed you. Yeah, stop and we'll feed you. Continue and we'll kill you.
Ooh, okay. All right. Roki.
My turn?
Yep.
Do I have to do any saves or?
No, you are pulled out of the water. You're no longer stunned, so you're good. As soon as you're out of the water, you're okay. But yeah, you're just soaking wet, and the boat that you're on is taking on a heavy amount of water. Like this boat would not last long.
Where's the creature we were fighting?
You can see ripples on the water where it was, but you can't see it. You just know where it is.
So are we trying to get out of the boat onto land? Is that what we're doing right now? Or I say we've got a better idea.
No, I think we need to either get on the other boat or get to land. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there's land like right over here. So we're gonna try and like move ourselves to that maybe.
Yeah.
I assume we can move the boat over to here without it already flooding and drowning, right?
Sure.
So
These ice flows are not the biggest, I will say. Taking on more than a person might be tricky to balance on, but you can get on that. You can get on it. I'm just saying, like, it's not a.
Is the boat?
It's not land.
Because it sounds pretty fucking damaged.
Yeah, you could mend it as well. But I think that takes a minute to cast, doesn't it?
That's 10 rounds.
Oh, yeah. So that doesn't work either.
You can jump onto this if you want.
Yeah,
there's also a second boat here. Technically, there's a second boat here, right here. If you want to jump on Stef's boat. Yeah, it says I can't move this because it's the background.
Yeah, sure, that's fine.
Okay, you get onto the boat. You still got an action though. If you want to do something.
You know what? Let's. If I remember how they target multiple people. Bless everyone for whatever disaster's about to happen. Because we're getting a lot of low rolls right now, and I am my turn there.
That sounds good. Okay, Snorp. Doing snorpy things. He probably also said, "Abandon ship!" and leaps over onto the other one. He's gonna prepare a tentacle swing. Should the beast come up and try to snap at anyone. That paralyzes, by the way, if it works, it works. Okay. At this point, the creature does begin to maneuver again, and I'm going to roll a d6 to determine its behavior again. Really? Roland, you can make your persuasion check flat.
I'm going to use my inspiration.
Okay, go for it. Oh shit! That turns it around. My God, finally, you had to break through the ceiling of bad rolls with the inspiration. Okay, the creature backs away slowly. Looks like it's about to either escape or maybe it's going around for like getting a charge. Maybe it's trying to go another like run up to ram into the side of your boat. But either way, as it does, it kind of reorientates itself by looking up out of the water. And as it does, its neck turns. And that's when you let out this ultimatum. Either we'll feed you if you leave us alone, or we'll kill you if you come at us again. And that's when the creature suddenly closes its jaws and tilts its head. Stares at you for a moment. And then its mouth does open. And it says to you, there's like this old like reptilian head. It says, do you have any fish? In common, by the way.
Do we have any fish? Anyone? Any fish?
No.
He's not caught any.
I wonder if we could assume that some of the supplies that we've been buying in these 10 towns would be fish. I imagine there's a fair amount of fish.
You mean like rations that you would have bought?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Sure.
Right. Okay. So
I imagine some of the rations are fish, yeah.
So the honest answer is yes. But we can also get you sweeter meats. Meats that you'll never have tasted in the sea that can only be got on land. The finest of meats.
I'm listening.
First, allow us to get to land, and then we can talk about this sweet, delicious meat.
The creature eyes you warily, but of course you can't be going anywhere fast. So it seems to agree to this and lets you basically hop over towards the other boat. I think there is a max capacity on these boats. It's probably a good thing you didn't bring Faith along, because I think it is over 4. It starts to capsize.
I wonder if this guy would like wine. I have some wine. Do you want to try some wine?
Are you gonna through the Izanagi trick, or what is it?
I want to, if he's a little bit drunk and he likes the taste of wine, that sounds like it will go a bit easier.
Oh, I see. Get him on his friendly side, yeah?
Yeah.
I actually love that.
Or do I have to wait till my turn to offer him wine?
No, we're out of combat now, I think, because... Yeah, he's listening.
The other...
I'll present him the bottle. I'll open it up so he can smell it and be like, isn't that a fascinating smell? Want to taste?
That smells rich. I will have a little tipple, yes.
Much you want, and I'll pour it over so it's like dripping out enough to drink, but not like pouring out.
Wait. You drink some first.
Oh yeah, I'll happily take just a I just throw it back and take a nice gulp down. Swallow that.
A big smile. It kind of mimics your happy look, and then gets right underneath the boat and opens its gullet wide.
Yeah, I'll slowly pour it until he seems like he wants me to stop, and if he lets me, I'll pour the entire bottle of wine down there. I'll see how much he decides to drink.
Holy shit! I'll roll a con save for the Plesiosaurus.
That's amazing.
Oh god.
It's only wine, so he shouldn't be like
is...
You know, with his size, he shouldn't be hurt.
Yeah,
Or anything.
I was gonna say he's handling
Happy.
it pretty well.
Mhm.
He just glug 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 after mouthful. This rich wine pours down his throat, and yeah, it doesn't seem to be any stopping. He's gonna polish off the whole thing.
Fine with me. That gave me a use for that wine.
Perfect.
Delicious.
So where were we? We were having a conversation, right? I think.
Mm,
And
we were.
how is it that you can speak?
I was granted this intelligence.
By a druid.
Gifted.
Was it
How did you know?
Ravisten?
Do you know?
You know
the
them?
white. Do you know the white moose?
Hmm. I do not know many land creatures, no.
That's fair. There was
But
a
I
white
do know
moose
of
also gifted
Ravison.
by a druid. That's our friend. And yeah, we've met. Wait, we have met Ravison, right? That's all.
We have met
Yep.
Ravison.
Yeah.
And you let her live.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
That human was the one who gifted me. They claim to serve the Frostmaiden.
They do.
I
long
must
ago?
do my part now. Oh, well. Some month or so ago.
Oh. That was.
They
after
said that
we
I
saw
must
them.
do my part. My part to help the Frostmaiden.
By attacking fishermen.
The Frostmaiden wants the people of Bremen to suffer.
Does she?
Do you know why?
The Plesiosaurus is back and forth in the water, thinking,
No.
Ravison wants the
But-
townsfolk to suffer. Not Oral.
And Ravison serves the Frostmaiden.
Just because she serves the Frostmaiden doesn't mean she says what Oral wants is what Oral actually wants.
you make a persuasion check. Convince
Oh, no.
them.
Oh no.
I mean, I know, like, we know that Ravison's using them because
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Ravison isn't doing what Oral wants. When we questioned her on it, she very much just
Oh.
fell apart and got angry.
Speaking of falling apart and getting angry, Plesiosaurus seems to be an angry drunk.
No. No lies. She gifted me this.
She also gave that gift to the White Moose near Lonely Woods. If you don't believe us, you can ask them.
I've seen the fishermen. They overfish the lake. They're greedy, selfish. They care only for themselves. The Frostmaiden is right to punish them.
What if we can help educate the fishermen to not overfish?
Hmm.
There's at least one person in Bremen that cares about the wildlife.
Wait.
If
Wait,
you
I have
can talk with her about how to be responsible with fishing.
Yeah.
Um,
Can
Yeah.
I ask one thing? Sorry to jump in.
carry on.
Do you want the fish to be protected, or do you want to hurt fishermen?
I was instructed to destroy their boats. Without boats, they cannot fish. I
But you
used to
weren't
swim
told to-
around this lake. There used to be fish aplenty, but in the last couple years, they fish and fish and fish and do not stop. There won't be anything left for me.
How do we solve this? How do we make sure the people of the town aren't going to overfish?
when that's their only food source
Yeah.
in this
They're
winter. That is.
overfishing because of Orel.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
If Orel didn't force them, then they wouldn't have to overfish. If Orel let them survive without overfishing, then they wouldn't do this. Why would Orel force them?
Is that something you're gonna say to
Yeah,
the
I'm saying that to
Theosaurus?
them.
Yeah.
Okay. You can give me another persuasion check.
But it's gonna not be a 1, right?
Oh snap! You've had a back and forth with your rolls today. That is a nat 20. It thinks for a moment, perhaps even overthinking this,
Mhm.
and then sort of goes back on the defensive again, saying, "But, I do not do what Ravison wishes. They will take my gift away. I don't want to be a stupid beast again."
Take away.
I wouldn't want Ravison to take your gift away. How about... Why don't we
First-
talk to Ravison? The White Moose was able to keep his gift after Ravison left. After we showed up.
So-
You would.
Ravison
did?
didn't really leave. The
Huh?
moose is taking care of
Ah.
Ravison, making sure she can't hurt the townsfolk.
I. You could talk with them. Yes, please. Come to some arrangement. I do not wish to lose my intelligence. But you speak truth. It does seem as though this winter has driven them desperate.
Yeah. I'd be happy for us to work you an agreement with the townsfolk, and you're the one to punish them if they break their agreement.
Mm.
To be fair, if
Very
they break
well.
their agreements, I would be more than happy to assist you in punishing them.
I can agree to this. I promise not to attack any fishes, lest they overfish. I now know these lakes better than any. I know when the rivers are running dry.
I wonder if we might come to some kind of a arrangement where you might speak with the town ranger and tell them when the fish levels are running lower, or even assist them and provide when fish is plentiful, so that they are not anxious and worried about overfishing. Working together somehow to ensure fish levels remain good for everyone.
It will take some time for their numbers to recover. Can they last that long?
How long is some time?
That's what we have to figure out. How about we head back and
Well-
work it out with them? You follow us back,
Hmm.
and we know just who you can talk to.
The waters around that town are frozen. And I'm not coming onto land.
We have to bring them here then. Okay.
Is there some area at the edge of the water that isn't frozen where we can summon or meet
There-
you?
There isn't. Otherwise, that'd be some magical anomaly.
I mean,
No,
we can make it
when I
like
say
we
edge
can
of water, I
walk-
mean the
Sorry.
part where the water isn't frozen. So where water meets ice.
Yeah, there's a lot of ice flows, so it's dangerous just milling around there. But yeah, you can go to the edge of the frozen lake. Yes.
yeah, we could organize them to have a weekly or bi-weekly meeting.
Ravison says the townsfolk might not last another year.
Well, that's what we're here for. we're trying to make sure they have stuff dealt with. Rarison seems to want them to not last.
And it will take more than a year for the numbers to reach a healthy population.
That will be an issue.
Hmm.
There is no way we can give the fish a growth spurt.
Oh, that'd be fantastic.
The best you could do is avoid the ones that are most healthy, and avoid fishing the ones that are young, too small, or too too early. You don't want to fish the ones that are in mating.
Okay, let's go get the guy and make this agreement then. Maybe we should get our elf friend as well. I'm sure our new elf friend would like to come along.
Yep.
What was her name again?
We'll say
Raleigh?
Tali.
Tali.
Tali. Snob says, didn't we say we're on a time crunch? It's about 2 hours back to the town.
We can't
and then,
reach back, yeah.
And then 2 hours back again, and then 2 hours back again. So, how about we just deliver this message, but get them to do the talking for us?
Yeah.
Yes.
We gotta make a move.
Can you promise if a dwarf, maybe accompanied with an elf, come to meet you, you won't attack them, you will talk?
I will promise.
Fantastic. They will arrive maybe within a few hours?
I will wait for them at the edge of the waters.
Sounds perfect. Let's make our way back. Unless
And-
anyone
and
has
that-
any... first.
We had said we were going to make some notes for the
Yeah.
tally, but I think if we're brokering a powwow,
Yeah.
a sit down, swim down,
Seems better.
treading water down, we're exceeding.
Oh, by the way,
Yeah, oh yeah,
Roki,
for sure.
Can I write
Certainly.
notes on the way back and like make sure I include like not only looks but include how much he enjoyed the wine and his reaction to it?
Oh,
Yeah, for sure. Excellent.
Looks, the
Yes.
fact that he
Roki,
speaks
as you
common.
are soaked wet, I will offer you some of my cold
shit.
weather clothing,
Oh, that's very kind of
so
you.
you have something
The ones,
dry.
Hopefully the
the
ring
one
of
that you took
warmth
off,
helps me
yeah?
dry
Yeah.
off.
yeah. The Ring of Warmth does still offer you protection. That's a magical benefit, so you still have +5 to your frost weather protection. If Tracker, you're giving them your fur lining because you didn't.
Yeah, I took
It's
it
not
off,
wet
so
yet.
it will be a 10.
That's a 10. You're back to a 10, and then Tracker, you're at a.
I'm at 0, so I actually need to start making rolls now.
Don't you have?
+5 for my con.
No, don't you have cold weather clothing and a fur lining? That's both.
Yes. Is
So
both
both of those
+5,
give 5. Yes.
which is the
So if you
+10.
give.
Oh,
Right, but he's already got +10.
I thought they were both.
No, he's got +10 with the Ring of Warmth plus a fur lining.
Oh,
So you can keep your cold weather clothing on and have 5.
okay.
And also, you don't want to change this number here. You want to change it here, like that. So that you've got 5 out of 10. See? No.
Oh, I see now. I see now. Yeah, it's because
Yeah,
I
you've got
didn't have
10 in
it
total.
equipped, which is why I
Okay.
lowered it.
Sure. So you can drag over the kind of broken boat, leave it as a marker for where the people need to leave or meet, and then set up like even just a small like mound or something, or like just a marker basically where they need to go, and then head back to Bremen. And
you want to play this out, or should we just say that you speak to Tali? You tell her that there's a negotiation to be had with the lake monster.
Yeah.
She is absolutely overjoyed that you not only got the notes for it, but also are able to actually even communicate it with it. She's fascinated. And as thanks, she offers you that scroll. Which did you pick Goodberry? Was it, or did you want something else?
Oh, if possible, Goodberry.
A scroll of Goodberry is yours.
Hey, question.
You
Regarding Goodberries, how healthy is it to live on them?
can. It's fine. It's magic. You can get away with it.
No,
It will be a bit.
Not for me, but for the town.
Again, it's not the best diet, but it is technically doable.
If it helps, not having to overfish,
Mm-hmm.
then it's something they can use to at least lessen the burden on the waters.
Yeah. You could probably feed like a dozen people.
2 dozen with 2 spell slots.
Right. There's over 150 in the town, but yes, it is enough that some people can get by and lessen the burden on the lake. All right, so you want to add that to your spell list? Sorry, your items. Just drag Goodberry onto your inventory, and it will make it into a scroll. She says, "Thank you again. I can't wait to meet them." And they're going to set off out onto the lake, with Grinks, I guess, or with the speaker. Was you suggesting that the speaker goes out there? Yeah.
No, I think they meant Grinsk, the fisher. The
Yeah.
speaker
Okay,
is busy doing other stuff.
That's fine. That's fair. Just give me last two more frost saves on the way back as well, because this blizzard is still being hellish. Okay, looks good to me. Steph got another one.
Oh, shit.
2 levels for Steph. Love that. Cool. All right. Well, you make it back.
Easy.
Yeah, and you didn't spend too long on the lake. I'll tell you now. The first group on their first session, this was their quest, and they had 0 frost protection. They nearly all died just fishing.
Yeah,
it was hilarious, and it really hit home the fact that they needed to prioritize investing in cold weather clothing. Yeah, they got the message quick. But yeah, you guys are okay. Just a few frostbitten fingers on the way back. All right. With that, is there anything else you would like to do in Bremen before you head back to Targos?
No.
Cool.
We get. Oh no, wait. Faith is back in Targos. Yeah, let's head back to Targos.
Back to Targos you go. And at this point, I'm going to say that the blizzard abates. The weather suddenly shifts, actually, to a much, much, much better weather. I rolled it ages ago. I rolled a 6.
It was the most perfect weather ever.
Suddenly, it seems as though restoring hope to Bremen has, in many ways, you've not only returned Hawawa, you've also promised Hiln that you'll get the killer. You brought the Chewinga back to Danica, and even fulfilled Tali's request, and perhaps even saved Bremen from starving. It feels like you've done a great deal of good, and it seems to almost be reflected in the world itself as a ray of hope shines down from the clouds and blizzard. Finally, as it clears away, you see this glorious ray of light that shines, and it's almost as if the Morning Lord has punched through the winter and finally blessed you guys with a ray of hope. Yeah, that's the best way to describe it. In fact, I actually have the artwork from the very start. It was was Faith, wasn't it? Oh no, not this one. This one. Where is it? But yeah, it fills you with determination, especially Sir Roland, to see like the sun for the first time in ages. Because this cold land sees no sun, doesn't even rise above the horizon. Here you go. That's your ray of hope right there. That's Faith as well, staring out into the sun, waiting for your return. And when you do, she says, well, how did it go? You're all still alive, I see.
Yes, but we perhaps need to find somewhere where we can dry Roki's clothes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey,
What about that?
all right, well, we can go by Garrett if you would like. He's got that fireplace and a lot of dogs. That's probably where she was staying as well in Targos. Just waiting for you guys. Sure, let's head back there then.
I will walk over. Give me a moment to gather Juniper
Mm-hmm.
to make sure if the cauldron is still there, and if it's not, then we might as well track where they are going.
Yeah, good shout. Okay. So you head over towards Juniper, and what do you say to them?
Yeah, first of all, I want to make sure Juniper is okay.
They are. No one's taken any notice of them.
Cool. I mean, also mentally okay, because she's been alone for how long? That's been about 6-7 hours.
Yeah. Nothing that they're not used to, it seems. Yeah, they don't seem to have changed in demeanor or anything like that.
Cool.
They are pleased to see you, though, for sure. And they kind of like rustle their branches to get all the snow that's been piling on around them.
Have you seen...
You can imagine they've had to sit still, right? So all this snow just burying them slowly alive.
Could I ask them if they've seen people move the cauldron?
The branch on their like north side kind of twitches and then pokes and points in a direction.
Okay, so the cauldron is gone. Yeah, okay. Let's go to the rest. You've done great.
They climb up on you and rest on your shoulder.
Then let's return
to
the group. Oh.
And I'm wondering if they kind of take note of your Goodberry scroll, even though they can't really read it. It's almost as if they can smell something's on you, like when a dog knows you've been near another dog. It's like this; they can tell you've been near another ranger.
Do you want it? Is that what's going on?
They're gonna put their hands on their hips, and then they sprout a Goodberry.
Goodberry.
Aww.
Almost as if to say, "I thought I was your Goodberry." Income.
You have best berries.
Best berry, not Goodberry. Best berries. I love it. Excellent.
You're a great berry.
Great berry. They seem proud and happy with that statement. All right, so you head back together. Roki warming up, much needed by the fire. I didn't make you roll frost saves from Bremen to Targos because Ray of Hope, literally, you get a free pass on all frost saves. It's like the best possible outcome you can get. All right. So you huddled around. What's the plan?
Okay. Juniper told me that they moved the cauldron north.
Now I'm getting sidetracked. Well, how far north?
We can't tell because Juniper has been standing near the Luskan Arms, not following them. If she were to follow them, she would have been captured or noticed.
Yeah. I guess we head north until something seems of note, and then we try to locate object.
Yeah.
How big is the city?
I mean, we could try out the north of the city, and then if
Oh wait,
it's not in
only
the
100
city,
feet,
then we
right?
keep
Or
going north.
thousands?
1,000 feet.
Oh, it better not have been the fishing boat we've seen.
Let's go check the north of the city, I guess. Anyone else
Okay.
got ideas, or we'll stick with that?
That works. If you
All
don't
right.
mind burning another spell, if you wanted, we could ask around a little bit first to see if anybody saw anybody dragging this massive cauldron about, or we just keep it quiet that we're looking for it and use your spell.
Maybe keeping quiet. I don't want them getting onto that. We're onto them, if that makes sense.
Yeah, if you don't mind burning the spell, I think that's best.
Yeah. So we head to the north side and then throw up.
Okay.
Locate object.
So. Oh, are you gonna locate object? I'll just have a look around and then cast locate object.
Well, yeah, we're like
So-
go up north, see if anything's
Yeah.
of note, and then
So
just in that
from the
general
Luskan
area.
Arms, which is right here, you follow the docks around. And obviously, there's a number of little vessels docked here. There was even one bigger vessel, the ferry, that was. It's frozen in the ice, by the way. This whole lake here, it's all frozen. But there's some bigger vessels that look like ferries. They're all locked in the ice. And you remember that at one point, I think, was it? Yeah, Torga. No, not Torga. Sorry.
Torgas from
At some point, the Duragar were trying to hide out in one of these ferries.
Oh, that's an East
They used it as a. Yeah, of course it was. But yeah, it's a potential hiding spot. Is all I'm saying. There's also, as you're going past, there's the Three Flags Sailing. That's an inn. And there's a town hall. That's not quite north. That'd be more like northwest. And of course, there's just a number of warehouses along the along the docks that are used for containment and trade. And storage. And then, are you using the spell?
The spell is at 1,000 feet range, right?
Yes.
If we
Okay.
go to Three Flags Sailing and cast it over there, we might as well give Eden her cutlery back
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or she stabs us.
before she starts hunting us down.
It's like, you found it! Oh, well done, young man. I'm so proud of you. You made old Ma happy. Here, have a bowl of stew on the house.
Don't worry about the interlopers. They will not return.
Oh, that sounds grim. Did you kill them or something?
No. We found a place where they're being taken care of. They're being busy now.
Taken care of. I see. Yes. I think I know what you're saying. Well, good. Don't want no pickpockets around here after all. We don't want to turn into East Haven after all. Well done. All right. So, at this point, I'm just confirming, Roki, you're casting the spell, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. It doesn't appear as though the location of the cauldron is directly here in Three Flags Sailing.
Yeah.
But rather, you're picking up a direction along the docks. It
We gotta
is
go to the docks now. Run.
Yeah.
Okay.
not
Sorry,
the
Ma.
docks fully, but there's you get to the docks and then you're kind of swiveled around, and you realize you're not when you're looking out onto the pier. It's not pointing towards a boat, pointing towards the warehouse behind you.
Well, that's good.
And lo and behold, there's a few thugs guarding outside.
Of course there are.
Oh, if only we had a confused old man who wouldn't let on that we're onto them. Roland! Roland, I think this is the perfect job for you, my man. Do you want to go up and have a friendly chat with these guys?
Absolutely. I do think that these young
They might
men,
have your horse.
they look exactly like my bloody squire. One moment. Okay, so I'll wander up.
How many people are there around? Only the 2 guards? Or there are also onlookers?
There are a couple of dock workers, yes, but they do spot you. You even see what's his name? What's his name?
Oh no, is it the Roki?
Giandro. Giandro Holfast is here as well. And you see he's kind of like up on one of the ships nearby. But anyway, there's just 2 guards in front of you right now. They are wearing kind of yellow cloaks, as a female one and a male one. And you approach them, and they kind of fold their arms and get in your way. Just not letting know.
Okay.
What do you want? Keep walking.
So are we like out in the street? Is it outside the warehouse?
You're outside the warehouse, but not on the street necessarily. It's to the docks.
Right. Okay.
So you're right over like here, for example. Here's Giandro. And the warehouse is like one of these here. And so you're standing like there. Where's Snort? Yeah, there's Snort.
So what are we wanting to do? Just go and investigate a little bit, or are we just gonna take this guy down? What's the
Wait,
plan?
Gianro is on the ships working, right? Or is he also going to where we are?
He's in. You said, is there any onlookers? Onlookers.
Yeah.
He's an
okay.
onlooker.
But he is
The
busy.
2 thugs, but
the 2 thugs are interacting with us.
But he's within ISO.
Which means currently we are being noticed by the guards, and if something happens that's drawing attention, then we've got a town that's looking at us.
Right. So the guards look at you guys and they're like, keep moving. No loitering.
Have you seen a horse nearby? Our friend is looking for his horse.
A horse.
Hey.
In Icewindale.
Yes.
He lost his horse.
Has the cold numbed your brain a little bit?
We think someone may have eaten it.
What? Well, there are some desperate times. Horse meat was definitely on the menu, I reckon.
Ah, so there were horses in Icewindale.
I'm saying that people wouldn't be opposed to eating a horse.
Oh, perhaps not this one. He's all skin and bone, nearly as old as me, you see?
I think these guys are saying they ate your horse. I think
No, that's not what he said.
You eating horses? Are we gonna have a problem here?
No, I stick to a strict knucklehead only diet.
The other guard says, I've always wanted to try a horse. Might not be bad.
So can we see?
And what if I did eat some horse, eh? What are you gonna do about it?
I would invite you out into the middle of the street. I would do the honourable thing and give you a sound bloody thrashing until you agreed to pay for your crimes. Yeah, that's what we would do in my day, and that's what I'll do now.
Sounds like a bit of a threat, doesn't it, Craig?
Not so much a threat as a challenge if you are indeed the one who's eaten my horse.
You see the other one's like, Craig just turns and says, what do you reckon? To the other one, Louise says, just either fight him or shut up. One of the two. Wait, don't we know you? Didn't you stop in by the Alaskan Arms the other day? In fact, yeah, it was yesterday. You're the rat catcher, aren't you? Yeah, technically.
Yes, the rats. Yes, can you direct us to this the place with the rats? That's what we were looking for, and we seem to have got a little bit lost.
Well, Alaskan Arms is that way, and she points south.
So perhaps that's where we'll go now then.
Perhaps you will.
All right, I'm going to start wandering off. I'm wondering if we approach this slightly differently.
How many of the guards are there? Sorry, just to be clear.
There's two right now,
guards.
with a couple of onlookers on the deck of the ship. Yeah.
Okay. So, So the onlook is going to be a problem if we start causing any
I will
trouble.
say, Giandro at this point has stopped working, and he's looking over the side of the ship, some 100 feet from you guys, but he's clearly eyeing you guys.
Right, let's wander off. I think we need to know how many folks are in there, and we've got ways we can do that.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Maybe these guys haven't eaten your horse. We'll be on our way.
To the Alaskan Arms.
They're gonna puff their chest yeah, that's what I thought, kind of thing, as if they've got the best of you. But there doesn't seem to be the same expression from Giandro. You can actually roll an insight check on him if you wish. Because there is something about his expression that is a bit telling.
If it wasn't for the onlookers, I'd just put them to sleep.
Yeah.
There's a kind of... Okay, so Tracker, you look... There's a kind of a bit of bewilderment. Almost as if the kind of expression you make when you think, how? That's the kind of expression he's showing right now. Huh? And then there's just there's a kind of a squinting of eyes,
we might have
you guys are trouble. He sees you guys as trouble. It's clear.
Giandro.
You've walked away.
I want to ask the group: should I approach Giandro? He's looking weird at us.
He's
He's
probably
looking weird at us.
Maybe just wondering how we found them so quickly, given that they've clearly moved the cauldron in case we came looking. So
you don't think they're buying the horse story?
It was shit. I think we need. I'm of a mind that we need information about strength of numbers, and one option might be that we use this potion of invisibility. Another, perhaps, Stef, you have some magical means to conceal chibbles or some such.
Yeah, Chibbles. Actually, no, Chibbles can't go invisible, but they have got a fairly decent stealth, at the very least.
Does can Stef cast invisibility?
He can, I think. Let me check.
Visibility 3rd level?
No, 2nd.
Ooh.
But he hasn't got it. No, he's got Misty Step.
Could we give the potion of invisibility to one of us, or even to Chibbles?
I think it's with
Yes, you could.
either you or
Yes,
him.
you have it.
I'm going to give myself a
Yeah.
stealth slot back.
I've
Sure
got
thing.
the potion, but it might be useful to just have someone have a quick squiz inside, see what we're dealing with.
Yeah, you got to get inside.
So if Chibbles could fly, are there any windows, upper windows open?
Not normally windows open in Icewindale.
Mhm.
People usually keep the cold out, but there is actually a ventilation chimney, basically, and that is a little bit of like a wispy grey smoke is trailing from it, which tells you that there's some heating in the side of this warehouse.
Which means there's also people probably inside.
Yep.
But Chibbles could fly down that, risking going into the fire. It's up to you, though. I mean, I'll let you guys decide, honestly.
That'll be a waste of a invisibility potion if he goes poof. Is there any spells we have that could draw the guards away from their post? Chewinga grenade that we were talking about earlier. I'm sure that I think that's the only solution here. To blow up a Chewinga.
Doesn't
Don't have any Chewingas with you anymore, sadly. Fantastic idea there.
is the door the warehouse door locked?
Is it locked? It does appear to be chained and padlocked, yes.
Okay. I'm looking at this nice cleric spell called Thaumaturgy. If we need a distraction, that's something that would be helpful.
Has anybody got it?
As a matter of fact, Faith has it.
Fantastic.
Would you like her to cast it? I can make a distraction for you. We can make tremors or a loud booming voice. The sound of a lake monster or something.
You can make it come from the water.
If we could, how many onlookers were there? Is it just Giandro?
It's just
Genro
Giandro
and 5
and-
walkers or something.
Yeah. Just some dock workers.
Ah, right, I see, yes. Okay, sorry.
They don't look armed or anything.
Right.
But I will say Giandro is. He's got a great sword in hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thugs have crossbows and maces. But the dock workers look just like that. They are just workers by the looks.
I think the thaumaturgy idea is brilliant. So
But then how are we gonna follow up? Distracting them
Blow
is
up.
one thing. No, follow up.
A follow-up.
I mean, sure, we can blow up the warehouse. But how are we gonna do that?
Yeah. Excuse me.
We could wait till night and stab him in the dark.
Faith says, yeah, but we haven't got all night. Oh.
Isn't it getting close
fact,
to night?
If anything, it's quite bright today. Is it getting close to night? Yeah, probably.
I have a spell that within if I can get within 60 feet. What I'm wondering is there like a wee lane? I've got a spell command that I could tell one of the guards to come over. If they fail their wisdom save, I'm wondering if I can get them to kind of come round a corner where we can immediately pelt them with 100 snowballs. Or
Can't you command them to unlock the door?
It's not something.
You could say unlock.
Okay.
Unlock it has, as long as it's one word, you can tell them to do it.
Brilliant.
And they'll do it. But I will say that it is just a round, and then whatever they were told to do, they can act against the next turn. It's not like a charm person.
Okay.
So if you say unlock, they could unlock it, but then they might be then inclined to either attack you or relock it.
Yeah.
It's good in combat, not crazy good out of combat, but you could get the jump on someone by like saying approach and getting them away from the door or whatever. You know, like.
So that's one option, is get them to come over and then we give him a bit of a beat down, drag him round.
Mm-hmm.
If we can get him far enough away from his compadre, who might then follow.
Okay.
There might be better ideas though. Is one option.
What's our biggest worry? Faith asks. That we don't know how many there are. We get into a situation where we're outnumbered.
Yes.
The latter one.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
So, so we need a way of scouting their numbers, or even if we raise the alarm, we'll see how many people come. We could raise a false alarm.
Yes.
And see what happens.
We can cause a
We
ruckus
could
at
set the
another
building
part
on
of town.
fire.
Yeah, use that thaumaturgy.
Can we set the building on fire?
I mean, it's possible. It's made of timber.
Stef, you like fire. Stef's been waiting to set something on fire.
Oh.
It certainly has. I guess that's one thing to do.
So if the cauldron is there, magical items are very sturdy.
Yeah.
It's a cauldron. It's meant to be on fire.
Yeah.
You know.
Fuck, what's the bag called again? But knots.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Stef would be
How
very happy
hungry
to
are
come
you?
back, and we tell him next week that he set the building on fire.
He would be happy about that for sure. You ask not.
Hungry. Always hungry.
Are you hungry enough to eat 2 guards in approximately 6 seconds?
I have to chew my food.
Is that a yes?
One at a time. 6 seconds is a short time.
12 seconds?
You get you can't swallow everyone in like 6. Like you do one, but they would need to reach into the bag. They can't just go nom. you have to have them pull their hand into the bag. They would need to literally be tricked into doing it.
So where are we on the setting the building on fire plan?
Yeah, go for it.
I just want to know.
Stef's like already got. Stef's already got like fire crackling in his hands with a fireball.
Yeah,
He's like,
if we're gonna light the warehouse on fire, we need to end the session here. There's no way we are gonna do this without Stef being here.
Okay, so
well, this isn't isn't the idea to raise a false alarm to see what happens?
yeah,
You're not going in like guns blazing, like you're not pillaging and raiding and setting fire to buildings. You're setting fire to the roof and then hiding.
Yeah, we want to get into scouting positions then, don't we?
Yeah.
So we can actually see what happens with how many people leave and such.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you can all roll stealth checks as you look for areas to hide behind, either crates, barrels, in other warehouses, hell, even on a ship. Someone's at the top of a crow's nest or something. But yeah, give me stealth checks, all of you.
We get any kind of.
I won't roll for Stef.
Normal.
Not unless you were like invisible or something, but.
Okay.
If you're all scattered around, I guess that's at least one advantage, is that you're all kind of hiding in different spots.
Yeah.
Such that if they try to, they can't just chase after the whole group. They can't just initiate combat with the whole group. You'll scatter and then they can't really get to anyone.
Stef's the only one who's like right in front of them might get caught. The rest of us can run up and get in position.
Yeah, and even then, Firebolt is 120-foot range. So, yeah, he's got a good head start on them, that's for sure. So, Firebolt, I believe it says it ignites things. It ignites objects if they're not being worn or carried. So he's just going to aim for a section of the roof that looks particularly flammable. Hell, you could even add to this and have Chibbles fly up, drop a little oil flask, and then flap away, and then just ignite that. I think he's been... Yeah, I think he's got some oil. Oh no, he's got alchemy fire as well. I mean, that literally is like a Molotov cocktail.
Oh.
Yeah, he's got that too. Yeah. Does he want to use that? I think that'd be fun.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, sweet. Then he doesn't even need to be next to this because he can have Chibbles fly over and just drop it on, and he's not even going to reveal his position. Perfect. All right. Well, in that case, I'll give him a stealth check too. Not crazy. So Roland, I don't know where you're hiding, but it's a pretty good spot. You're like in a barrel or something.
Pretending to be this a local town statue of a paladin.
Yes. It's like those street performers you see, like put bronzy skin over their like face paints. All right. The rest of you, ever since you've kind of walked up to the warehouse, it seems almost as if they've been keeping eyes on you. And they've even got someone else posted by the doors now as well. They've got, what's his name? Gareth. Gareth is there too. As this firebolt. Yeah, Gareth.
This one? Our tracker or our Calvin's current guide?
Gareth, not Garrett.
Really? How many?
Gareth is a different guy.
Who is that? Do I know them?
Yeah, it's this guy.
Oh, that one. Yeah, okay.
Okay. So let's say that after you're all in position, the fire lands onto the roof. A blazing fire erupts as the alchemy fire spreads over the rooftop. And it's a ray of hope at this moment. So there's no snow. It's just going to be spreading, and nothing is going to put it out unless they mobilize. And immediately Gandra is like, what's happening? Someone get some water. Get buckets of water now, quick. And you see the two guards like, huh? What? They didn't even realize because it's kind of behind them. And they quickly unlock the door as well. and they call down into the interior, shouting like, "The building's on fire!" And they start to mobilize, and you see coming up out of the tavern is out of the warehouse is Captain Scath, who is in there as well. The tiefling. Oh, you don't think you've met this guy actually?
We haven't met him.
He comes out. Yep.
That's the guy they killed with expulsion, right?
No.
Didn't they burn to death? The other
No.
group? Okay.
No, they didn't. That was loose. Anyway.
Oh yeah.
He says, "Right, everyone, you there," and he starts delegating and calling shots like he is the one in charge. And when they respond, they say, "Yes, Captain." And clearly, he has the position of authority more than anyone. And he starts getting people mobilized. And one by one, you see all these other people coming to the rescue. You see a Kenku kind of rushing over, and they're saying, "Tap Tap, can you do anything? We've got barrels of water in the 3 flags. Quick, go!" And they begin going back and forth between the tavern. Aldrich shows up. He was in the Luskan Arms, but he shows up with this gentleman here. And he's the one who's kind of going, "What's going on here exactly?" And Gareth is saying, the warehouse caught on fire somehow. Don't worry, we have it under control. And he seems to report to the captain as well. And they refer to him as Speaker Maxel Dinar. And after they've kind of began to get a little bit of chaos under control, you see overall there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them in total, I guess. You see Louise and Craig. Trying to see who else there is, I think. Yeah, no, there's another one you would see. A dark-skinned tiefling also emerges, and they seem to be talking kind of under their breath, hush, hush. Like, what do you want to do about the... And they look around, and they do spot several of you kind of from a distance. Where's Prudence? Oh, here she is. This is the tiefling you see as well. Red skin, curled back horns, and she's trying to talk about what to do with something. And they all kind of look around, and they do spot you for a moment. They go up to the other tiefling and whisper something to them, and they seem to be talking amongst themselves and then looking back and forth between you. This is, when I say you, I mean Roki, Stef, and Tracker. So Roland isn't a part of this, by the looks.
At this point,
you see the captain.
A pigeon has probably landed on my statue-like form and probably shit on me a little bit.
At this point,
the captain begins to approach one of you. I'm going to roll a D3. It's going towards Roki. Roki, this captain, armored tiefling, Captain Scath is his name. He's approaching you, kind of like storming up towards you, and Giandro with as well. What do you do?
Just a quick check. How many people were there that came out of the building?
What you see on the map is what you've got, really.
Oh,
how many came out of the, specifically out of the warehouse? Though.
Yeah, like how many people?
That would have been Prudence, Captain Scath, and that's it. Actually, these two.
Okay. And then the rest.
Oh, sorry. Did I mention Gareth as well?
Okay, so those are the three in the building, and then we had the 2 guards outside.
Yeah, these 2 were outside.
2 people were just on the boat.
These 2 showed up later,
Okay.
Nerth, Maxildanar, and Alric came from the Luskan Arms, and Gyander was on the dock.
So this is
And
a small
Tap
enough
was in the
group
Three
that-
Flags snailing.
Yeah, this is a small enough group that we could just walk in and cause some trouble after all of this is done, man. So I just like see him approaching, and I just look at him, waiting to see what he says.
So it's Skath and Gyander approach, march right up to you, and Skath looks back at Gyander. You're saying it's this one? And Gyander says, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure of it." He looks back and says, "You there? Apparently you were
Hello.
spotted milling around the warehouse earlier. Do you have anything to do with this?"
Anything to do with the fire? Because I was around earlier?
You were reported suspiciously loitering outside the warehouse. Yes. We have reason to believe that you might have something to do with it.
We were merely just confused by there being guards outside a warehouse. That's quite strange, isn't it?
No, not necessarily. There are important goods that are traded between town and town. Those who wish to protect their investments, they are more than free to guard it if they wish.
Okay. They just...
What strikes you as odd is in this weather, though.
Yeah, they just seemed a bit, odd. They're not what I'd expect. But yeah, anyway. Why would I cause a fire?
You didn't answer my question. Yes. You tell me.
I don't know. As far as I see, that fire's on the other side of the building from where I am. So...
You seem to be watching and waiting for something. Give me a, It's gonna be more of a deception check. So yeah, go ahead and roll it.
Yeah, I saw
definitely-
a fire happen. Why would I not watch?
Holy shit! Roki's luck is totally 180'd. I love it. They, you hear kind of calls from behind as well, like, "We need more hands transporting this bucket." And it sounds oddly just like Captain Scath's voice. And Scath turns around and goes, "Tap tap, don't impersonate me." And then they.
If I help you with the fire, will you be less mad?
Yes.
Okay.
We can use all the hands we can get.
Okay, guys, I'd say for the ones with me, let's go help about the fire, because I assume I assume Tracker's nearby me. I don't know how far Roland is, and Stef is off on his own place. And
Yeah,
Salt
you
should be
not
near
even you know
enough.
where not even you know where Roland is.
And, yeah, so,
I'll
all of us that are close enough can go help put out the fire. For anyone that's willing to.
Yeah, anyone who wants to help put out the fire, they can. It will definitely extinguish suspicion.
Yeah. So with that, I'm gonna head off and then.
I'll quickly plant Juniper and ask him to watch the warehouse again for us.
Mm-hmm. You got it.
And then I'll run off to Roki.
Watch out for that shrubbery. It could spread the fire. No, I'm joking. They definitely work together and put out the fire with many hands, make short work. After which you see Captain Scath kind of wiping his brow of sweat and actually appreciates you coming out to help and says, "Thank you for the assistance. All right, looks like we've all got it under control now. Might want to go back in."
So what's
Keep
going on that
yourselves
someone
warm.
would set this warehouse on fire? Is it miscreants or is there something happening?
He looks up to the sky and says, "That's the first sun I've seen in months. It might be that the dry tinder on the roof may have caught light or something."
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, the cold
Well-
does seem to dry out wood very quickly.
Yeah. What time of day is it right now?
It's getting later now in the evening, I guess. Sun is probably about to set.
Okay. So I just say, well, I think I could do with a
4,
drink.
5.
This has been a
About 6.
first time I've seen a fire in a while. Quite fascinating.
Yes, it was very nice to be warm for a brief moment. That was great.
Roland, you've been here the whole time.
Who is the statue? So I want to say to him, we do apologise for the earlier confusion, and I do get a little bit confused sometimes. I'm sure my friends would agree, but might we give you a little warning? And lean in close. We are actually on the hunt for a murderer. You may wish to warn all your workers and your men at arms and so forth that a murderer is on the loose, and if they were to see anything suspicious, they might tell us. I do apologise for our suspicious activities, but we. It is of great importance that we track this person down, as they've been killing people across the towns.
Yes, I'm well aware. We have a murderer in our midst. Not too long, in fact, a couple of days ago, we had one ourselves. However, with all these flaming buildings, it's hard to keep track of everything. Lots of other strange things happening in town.
Why is the
What?
fire the same?
Are you saying multiple buildings have caused fire in the past 10 days? Past couple of
No,
10
that
days?
was sarcasm. I'm saying that if there's any more distractions, then we'll never get to the bottom of this murderer. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, be about your business.
Speaking about murders,
Go on.
The sheriff in Prince discovered that the people that have been murdered also cheated on the lotteries.
Scandalous. Well, I'll be sure to look into this myself. Thank you very much for the information. You can all roll perception checks as well at this point. And Roland, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I will say to him. I'll just roll that perception. Might we be able to speak to one or two of your number to see if they've perhaps seen anything or heard anything? Tracking this killer down is in the best interests of everyone, yourselves included. It may even have been the murderer who's tried to kill you all with a fire.
Well, I don't really have a number 2, but I guess the closest thing to a deputy would be little Aldrich here. You can tell them everything you know, yes? All right, be a good boy. Run along now.
Wonderful.
Long time no see.
Well,
Met this morning.
yes. Our subterfuge is over. We are not, in fact, rat catchers. I know it's hard to believe because our disguise was so convincing. But we are, in fact,
I thought there was more than meets the eye.
we are hunting for a murderer, and we wondered if you or any of your number knew anything about it.
Well, I'll be honest. There's quite a few murderers, I reckon.
Oh,
I think there's more than one.
you
Yeah,
do?
I mean, how else would they? Yeah, these murders happen like one after another, right? So I think there's one in each town.
Is it possible that it's one that moves from town to town? Do you know of any regular movement, entertainers or traders? Or...
Oh, yeah. Actually, come to think of it, there is a couple merchants that go from town to town. Let's see.
Well, we got one here ourselves in Targos, actually.
Oh.
What's her name? Oh, Tap Tap is a messenger as well. Tap Tap goes from town to town delivering messages. We've also got. Find them in a second. No, I won't because I scrolled the wrong way. There they are. We also have Gali Riggs. She's a merchant. She usually does deliveries, though. Yeah, she's quite a muscular woman. Brown eyes, brown shoulder-length hair. Lives in her she's in her 20s. Lives in a house in Targos here, in fact, with her father. Oh, and then there's Torgs as well.
I take it lots of
You know
people have family
Torgs?
here. Who?
Torgs is they're a merchant run by Torga Icewind. She's a dwarf, and she has quite a few other dwarves with her as muscle. And there's one other guy with them. Weird fella. Doesn't seem to be. He looks like a sailor, I think, or a mariner. But yeah, he doesn't really wear much cold weather clothing. It's like he doesn't feel the cold. He shrugs. Speaking of, I'm gonna get inside. It's cold.
Well,
If you want to talk more, I'll be in the Luskan Arms.
Well, just before you go, you and your number, just so we understand, are you traitors or mercenaries or a traveling theatre company with your outlandish costumes?
No, we're not any of those. We work for Speaker Neth Maxil Dinar. He hired us. You know, we're like guards. We're militia.
Is he the speaker of this town?
Yeah, he's right over there, in fact.
Ah.
And you see him across the way giving some strong words to Captain Scath about something. Very strong words.
And are you looking to hire any additional muscle for your band of mercenaries?
Yeah, I mean, I'm new myself, as it happens. But if you wish, I can try and organize you a meeting with Maxil Dinar.
So just looking at the others and kind of like nodding. What do you think, guys?
Do we have time for mercenary work right now? We need to get back to Easthaven for the meeting.
Yeah, I'm more just looking for an in to find out a bit more. Even if we come back to this later, it just keeps the door open.
Oh, about this perception check. I don't think he actually wants to do mercenary work. More just like you said, trying to gather more information. If you can get a meeting with the speaker of the town, then I'm sure you have some questions for him. That can be arranged if you want. Perception checks, by the way, earlier, real quick. A 9, a 7. You basically see there are a few rats that pour out of the warehouse as well. Obviously, sensing that there was a fire and smoke. Yes, many rats pour out of the warehouse. However, Roki with a 19, you actually spot there is someone else. There is one other person that you didn't spot. So these 5 commoners, by the way, these are just dock workers.
Okay.
So they seem to be unarmed workers. They don't really seem to be like fighters or anything like that. The ones who are armed are like these guys here. And Alric.
Even Tap Tap?
But there is Tap Tap, you see that, yeah, hidden underneath their cloak as they're lifting up barrels, they do have a small little dagger. But it's a little bit underhanded, maybe. Lastly, there is one other person that you do spot. And they don't even leave the warehouse at all. you only spot them because as you're helping bring in the water and try to get up to the ladder, you perhaps spot down from inside, like as the smoke clears, you see there is someone else, and they are actually quite well hidden as well, ducked down behind a bunch of barrels and crates. There is a female human. Bellamy? No. Though, although no, you never know. There might be that too. But yeah, there's a female human. She seems to be kind of wearing leather armor and has 2 weapons drawn. And yeah, you're up there on the rooftop, kind of like putting this fire out, and you just spy them down in below. And
So that guy might
yeah,
be
she's
trouble
like,
if we try to go in then.
Perhaps. Yeah, it's a good point you bring up, but about someone in particular. Just real quick, we'll wrap this up with the Aldrich. Did you want me to get you a meeting? I can try.
Yes, if you might put in a word for us. I don't know that we should bother him just now with his bloody building on fire and whatnot, but it's definitely you're definitely a group that we would have an interest in working with or for.
All right. Perfect. Yeah, I'll see if I can get you an in. Sure thing. All right. Yeah, Aldrich heads off back to the Luskan Arms with the speaker. What do you guys do next?
Well, we want to decide, are we attacking this place tonight, or do we think it will still be there in the morning? Because we've seen who's there, and we could probably handle them. If we get the couple people outside pretty quickly, we then just have to fight the rest of them.
I don't know. I think they look.
How sturdy do we recall the Yellow Capes being?
You've taken them on before.
Yeah.
They're not that tough.
Yeah, I could probably just put the first 2 guards outside to sleep, honestly.
The one that was tough was Brother Lusk. He was tough.
Yeah, I mean...
Here's the woman you
do
saw
it tonight,
hiding below.
It'd be easier in the morning, but I could put those guys to sleep, and I don't think we're going to struggle a lot against the rest.
So our objective is to get the cauldron, but the chances of us not getting into a fight over it are pretty slim if we just go in just now. But yeah, I wonder if we could get a job guarding it. Yeah, kind of.
No way they would let us near the cauldron within the first 10 days of working for them.
I meant the warehouse. Maybe even I don't know.
You might be right as well, though. Faith does seem to say, like, it does appear as though they're keeping people on this cauldron 24/7. And it looks... And Roki, did you mention the person inside as well?
Yeah.
The woman guarding. So even if the building's on fire, looks like they've still got someone stationed there as a last line.
Well, in the morning, if the guard is still there, we know that the cauldron's still there, we'll be well rested and ready for it. Whereas, I don't know, they're gonna have someone who's been awake all night as they're taking turns. Like, they're not gonna be all fully rested like we are.
If we take a long rest now and get there early in the morning, would that help? Would that be possible?
It's a risk of it not being there. That's the problem. What if it ends up on a boat?
It's not like they can move it
Yeah, it's all
over
locked
water.
in ice.
Okay.
They would have to drag the boat, much like you guys just dragged your boat across Mare Dwalden. They would have to do the same. And Faith does ask, where would they take it though? Where do you? Okay, so like looking at the map, are they just going to keep it out on the waters, or they could take it across the lake to Tourmaline or Lonelywood, maybe?
Are there any buildings nearby with like windows facing the warehouse so we could take turns keeping an eye out, but from inside a building?
I would say yeah, you could locate one. Probably abandoned as well, given that a lot of
if
people
there's
are
an abandoned one, that sounds perfect to me.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you're down here.
I mean, I think we should head out to like a bar to get, a meal, maybe a small drink, and then head to the abandoned building. We'll find the abandoned building first, but yeah, get a drink.
Yeah.
And then we go back and we take turns keeping watch. Everyone agree?
Yeah.
I agree.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean,
What was again the Three Flags Sailing? The nearby bar.
Three Flag Sailing did offer you a free bowl of stew because you got the cutlery back. So
even better. Let's go.
I wonder if
you
we
grab yourself
try
some
and-
stew.
try and keep an eye on, are there any patterns or shift changes, guard changes? Maybe don't have enough time, but if we could fight some of them, not all of them, we're in a much bigger chance of success. Like 2 of them are away down to the other, to the Luskin just now. Where are they sleeping? They can't always all be at the docks awake all the time.
They do. So they go between the Luskin Arms and the warehouse. That seems to be their 2 points of word. They're 2 like layers or hideouts, so to speak.
Maybe we
Tap
set
Tap goes
yeah.
between.
Sorry.
Tap Tap goes between this tavern you're in right now, the Three Flag Sailing, and the warehouse, and then finally, Giandro. He goes between. I lost it again. Hold on. He goes between the harbor, of course, Frostsail Harbor, and there is a Galloway Trade Depot, which is actually what you're in right now. That is the warehouse. This is called the Galloway Depot, and Tap Tap's going between that and the fish and what's it called? Yeah. Other than that, the others, they don't. The woman you saw in below, same with Gareth and Prudence. They don't seem to leave the warehouse at all. And I mean, you're probably wondering, well, where do they got to eat sometime? Well, they've got a cauldron of endless food.
You gotta wonder, where are they having baths? Oh yeah, they're having baths in big cauldrons of stew.
Yeah, they can take a bath in a stew.
It's disgusting. So
they got chamber pots back in those days.
I wonder if we go to some of those locations and try and pick off a few of them on their own, just to even the numbers a wee bit, because at the moment 8 of them, just the amount of actions and attacks against us will just overwhelm us. So I think maybe we could even the odds, pick off a couple of the stragglers, as it were.
Yeah. Neth doesn't, the speaker, he doesn't leave the Luskin Arms though. But
the building is on
you
fire.
can. You do see that it seems as though, yeah, right. It looks as though tap tap does go back and forth as like a messenger, perhaps, from the warehouse and back again.
Brilliant. The next episode is going to be called Targos Burns to the Ground.
Yes, and the
Burning
captain also
bridges.
stays in there. Yeah, burning bridges. Excellent. And well, before we wrap up, no, we got a little bit yet. I'll say there is suddenly a knock, knock, knock on the door of this abandoned building. Bang, bang, bang.
Go to door and say,
And
who is it?
an old friend.
Wait.
Oh, brilliant. Open the door
Old
slightly.
friend, all my friends are
Yeah.
young.
Peer
This one isn't old. It's a young one. Hello, boy.
Just making a joke. Sorry.
No, I got it. They do. You even hear a kind of a chuckle from the other side of the door, almost as if they kind of know your sense of humor already. And they say, "Quick, let me in." And you see a familiar face, Bellamy, enter into the abandoned warehouse right next to you. You
Bellamy?
don't know who this is. A
Mr.
couple of
Rollins.
you.
I know.
Mhm.
I've met
Roland,
Bellamy.
You see, yeah, you see a man with kind of piercing eyes, and he's got this kind of swept-backed blondish hair,
You
kind of a
haven't aged
palish
day.
complexion, and it doesn't look like he's as aged at all in the slightest. He's kind of still wearing his leathery armor and wielding two short swords at his side and a crossbow slung over his back. You guys look rough. Being
Wish I
out in
could
the
say the same
cold.
about you. You look great.
I've
What
been
have you
keeping
been up
low.
to? You left us at
Well,
Bryn Shander. Was it Bryn Shander?
Mm-hmm. It was. I had to find. I had to find something, or someone rather, and it seems as though you guys are on the same trail now. So our paths have converged.
What? You're looking for my horse as well?
No, I'm hunting Zents.
Sorry,
The Zentarum.
This is Roland. We came across him whilst dealing with some dwarfs that had a Shardolin problem, and he's been helpful.
Mm.
If not a bit old.
Hi, I'm Bellamy. He says, and I very cool. Didn't you speak with more of a London? No, more like a New York accent, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right. He did.
He did, didn't he? Yeah, yeah. I'll try to do my best to do honor his character.
Because we got the speaker
yeah,
back.
Donald, the speaker.
The Bellamy
What about him?
The Bellamy voice. The person.
The person? No, that's not possible right now.
Oh.
But anyway, he says, "Look, you guys are obviously figured out what's going on here. So I don't need to bore you with all the details, but this place is corrupt. I mean, stinking, like crawling with more rats than you can count. I don't just mean the literal kind.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure everyone you saw today is involved in the black network.
Yeah, there's been some dodgy stuff happening.
What?
Mhm.
The Black Network is that is that the theater company that we were just speaking with?
Yeah, that's right. That's what they're called.
Why'd you pick this guy up?
It's a long story.
Don't tell me he's my replacement.
No, that's me.
Oh, well, all right then. The Zentarum is known as the Black Network, the Black Robes, the Keepers, the Zeeks, the Zents, you name it. They got a whole load of different names, but needless to say, they're a mercantile company, he does in quotes. Yeah, mercenaries, sure. Except except for the backstabbing, the spying, the assassinating. You name it, they've probably got it on their
Resume.
resume. Yeah, you know it.
So, you want to burn the place to the ground?
Oh yeah, I do.
First, we need to
Take out as many of them as we can.
We were planning on heading in the morning after some rest and taking turns keeping watch.
All right.
You know what they're keeping in the warehouse?
I saw something large, covered in a big canvas. Whatever it was, it didn't come back out. They transported it from the Luskan Arms, I saw. But yeah, I don't know what it is. Wait a minute.
Oh, you know what it is.
Oh
They
shit!
brought it over from East Haven.
Really? Fuck. Okay. Well, gotta get it back.
Well,
That's what we're working on.
yeah, we wondered about trying to catch some of them separate from the larger group, deal with them before moving on the prize. Might this be an endeavor that you would be able to join us in?
I could be your distraction if you wanted. I mean, you did a pretty good job with the fire thing. I like that, by the way. Nice move. But yeah, if you want me to, I could try and pull a few of them away, make a big distraction in town, and yeah, get as many from the warehouse as possible. That leaves you free to bust the doors in and take them out.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Honestly, only one of them looks tough. The rest kind of yeah.
What?
they're easy to
Stef
deal
or
with.
Jarno?
The one that was inside during the fire.
Who?
Yeah, the one who's with the leather armor and she had a short sword and a light crossbow.
Yeah.
He
She looked
looked
tough, but the rest were
very
just
sneaky.
yeah, the rest were just people.
Okay.
Yeah. It should be an easy job, honestly. If we don't do anything stupid.
All right. Well, what I'll do then is I'll head over to the Luskan Arms and stage some sort of break-in. Maybe they'll think it's the cold-hearted murderer come for them. After all, I overheard your conversation about the killing people who cheat the lottery. Yeah. Well, who do you think's behind that? It has to be the speaker's doing, right?
In Prince Shender, the speaker was involved with the cheating.
They're the ones pulling the thing out the hat, right? So
yeah, they only need to remove the lots that are bribing them.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if it's all of them. They're all in on it.
Yes, and we have reason to believe that a follower of the goddess Oral may be involved in this, and we've recently acquired information that points to a particular gentleman who seems to have no dislike of the cult, so as a person of interest, shall we say.
Oh. Huh. And he's I heard he's traveling with Torg's caravan, huh?
I think that may be what he said. I didn't write it down. I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's what I remember hearing anyway.
Thank you for the reminder.
Don't think he's connected to the Black Network. But something to look into maybe. But right now my priorities are trying to root out the corruption here, but I'm basically a one-man band at the moment.
Well, no longer. You provide a distraction, separate their
Mhm.
numbers, and we'll do the rest.
All right. Sounds like a deal.
Hmm,
Um,
how handy are you with opening locks?
Lou, I think he's not proficient with it. Have a look. No, he's not. Remember, he's a ranger, not a rogue.
I mean, he might be a ranger with Thieves' Tools proficiencies.
He has sleight of hand. Pretty good with my hands, but I don't own a pair of lockpicks. You could get a pair for me. I can do some work.
I don't think any of us have any, fortunately.
I
Ah.
definitely don't.
All right. Looks like you're gonna have to brute force your way in, huh?
Maybe we could ask the theatre company if they have any in their props department.
I mean,
Oh,
I assume the
yeah.
guards
You
have
guys
keys.
Hmm?
You said you guys are getting a meeting with the speaker.
Mm.
Yes.
Well, if you get, I don't know, indoctrinated or something, maybe they'll hand you like a black network starter kit. Who knows? You could request that as part of your first job.
Oh, okay. I'll
Marvelous.
give it a go.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah. Good plan. We should get some rest though. And,
Yeah.
get ready to do this in the morning. Who wants
Perfect.
first watch?
All right.
I can take first watch.
Rolly's
Nice.
already asleep.
Yeah.
You know,
Instant.
I'll watch.
I'll take the third watch, and then someone else can take second.
Okay.
Faith can take a watch.
Yep. Faith is
Can
small. Sure.
Chibbles take a watch at some point?
They can. Yeah. Sure. It's good to see you, by the way, Bellamy. Faith says. Yeah, you too.
Very surprising, sure.
Did you ever?
But yeah, it's good to see you alive and
Did you
you
ever-
take care of yourself.
She says, "Did you ever find out what happened to your friend? You know, Ezekiel?" And Bellamy says, yeah, good mead. I figured out something. Those bastards, the ones, there were more Zents in Goodmead, just as corrupt as this place. When they found out about the troll, they sent out a few mercenaries, right? Ezekiel went with them, but it looks like there was a struggle in the snow. And it looks like they tried to turn on Ezekiel, finish him off there, and make out that he was dragged off by this troll and eaten alive or something. But
Do you mean the
I think he's
Verbeek?
still out there. The Verbeek and the troll. There was a troll and well, not a troll, but an ogre.
The
Yeah.
ogre.
Yeah, the ogre eats people, right? So I think they tried to stage
Friend is
that
friend.
he was killed by the ogre. Well, we didn't know that at the time, whether it was friendly or not, but I have reason to believe that he's still alive somewhere out there. Because the Zents tried to make out that he was killed by the ogre, but I didn't find a body, and we didn't find it in the cave either. So, unless friend ate every last bone of his, I think he's still alive somewhere.
We can ask friends.
Mm-hmm. You could ask friend, yeah.
Yeah.
You could ask friend. Did
We
you
can
eat
ask
this
friends.
guy? Yeah. Well,
They probably wouldn't
I guess
remember,
it'll
but
be a
still.
weight of him. Yeah, sure. It'll be a weight off my mind if you can confirm it, but Yeah, I think he's also laying low, similar to me. If he knows that the Zents are onto him, then it means he's hunted right now. He's keeping low. But I remember if we ever got separated, we were to meet in Bryn Shander, but I met up with my contact there, and she didn't seem to know. She didn't seem to have any information on him, so I don't know where he is now. Anyway, all right, I'll get some rest. See you guys in the morning.
Wait,
Um,
does Bellamy need to sleep?
no, he doesn't actually. No, it's true. That's something you notice about him, Roland, if you wasn't asleep yourself. And that is that Bellamy doesn't seem to sleep the whole night.
Okay.
In fact, I almost have a right mind of doing something. Yeah, fuck it. All of you can roll perception checks because you're taking watch one by one anyway. Except Roland, I think, is asleep the whole time, but...
Unless someone wakens me up because he's old man napped.
Right, sleep for a thunderstorm.
Cool. Alright, I'll just roll one for Stef. Why not? And Chibbles. Where the fuck is Chibbles?
Is this the perception check for
perception.
Bellamy stealth, or is this in general?
This is for your watches. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, can we wrap up soon? Because I'm fucking tired.
I'm gonna wrap up soon. Gonna roll one more check. Nope, not even Snorp. You know him with a natural 19. You wanna roll for Faith?
I was looking for someone else.
Oh, okay. Holy shit, that's 20 on Faith. Oh my god, and it even meets and beats. Oh my god, okay. The last thing we see, this is kind of out of character for all of you, but you see Bellamy slowly walking over towards Roland's cot, we'll see, or bed, whatever it is. It is seemingly like he's trying to resist doing something and kind of lowers himself down towards Roland's neck and face like, "What? I thought you said you wasn't going to do that to any of us." Yeah, I promised I wouldn't to you guys, but who's this old guy? He's gonna expire soon anyway, isn't he? Might as well get some while he's fresh. He's like, "No, just he's one of us. He's one of the party. He's off limits. Go feed on a rat if you want, but leave Sir Roland alone." All right, Faith. Fine. Apologies. He backs away from you. And yeah, we just see Sir Roland kind of like just scratching his neck in his sleeve, as if there was some breath on it for just a moment, or a hair that kind of fell on it. But that's where we will end tonight's session. As damn, guess we don't have no vampire Sir Roland after all. Faith, you can thank Faith for that nat 20. Yeah.
Oh, did he really turn now?
Bellamy is a Dampier, and he feeds on the blood.
Dampiers can't make vampires.
Here we go again. All right. So thank you guys for playing. Thanks for our watcher Zay. Thanks Zay for watching.
You're welcome.
And yeah, we'll see you next week for the break into the warehouse or the Luskan Arms, depending if they try to move the cauldron back again. But it seems no use at this point. Somehow these pesky adventurers always seem to find it. But yeah. All right, we'll end it now.